I forgot to activate BizHop on the title screen. You guys should have seen the intro a few times now, my goodness. I'm sorry. Professional streamer right here. We have sound. Yeah, sorry about that. I just forgot to activate the thing. Like, I did all the setup and everything, and then decided, instead of streaming immediately after coming back from grocery shopping, I need to get a shower. So I went to do that and figured, Yagamoth about 20 minutes ago probably set up everything correctly, right? Right? Maybe not. So, hello, Bramer. Don't know why you're out there. Anyways, so this one should be correct. Hello, everybody. Professional, every streamer struggle, checks out. Yeah. Pretty much. Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to the marvelous PlayStation version. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. If you're over on Twitch, please make sure to vote on what kind of run we're gonna be playing today. If you're over on YouTube, I'm not sure how I can include you, to be completely honest. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day. Let's see who is here currently. Welcome to Crazycle, welcome to Berthas. Welcome to you, Caldian. I hope you enjoyed your lurking one way or another. Welcome to you, Elmagus, although I don't think you can hear me. Although, maybe you can, I don't know. Hope you're having a good run over there. Welcome to you, Northrex. Thank you also for the insight, Elmagus. Welcome to you, Riot Tempest. Welcome to you, Red Keely Wizard. Welcome to you with that side, however. And welcome to you, Feng Shane, over on the YouTube side. Thank you for the good luck at work today, so I hope you have a lovely day at work one way or another. Hopefully it's not too warm over where you are. We had a little bit of rain yesterday night. How do you say the night that was just before today? Actually, I have no idea. Is there a word for that, or is there a label? Last night? There we go. Yes, last night. You just keep it simple, Yaga. I genuinely forgot that last night was an option. Anyways, yeah, last night we had a little bit of rain, which is nice. So instead of 36 degrees Celsius outside, it was only 30. And I still felt like I just needed to take a shower. I also woke up a little bit late today. Well, actually, I woke up quite late today. Because sometimes being a responsible adult is not in my wheelhouse. And I just happened to say, alrighty, surely I can just watch one more episode of One Piece. Anyways, I'm now done with the arc. Alrighty, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day. The straw poll, by the way, for which version or what type of run we're gonna do, is we have a bunch of options. Technically there's two different settings that you can vote on. So there's gonna be Team 750, for where there's mostly mage classes involved, which also includes Dancer and Geomancer and Chemist, even though they're not traditionally considered spellcasters. They are still part of the Team 750, if you will. Then Team No 750 is mostly physical attackers, knights, monks, stuff like that. Thieves as well. So generally speaking, mages tend to be a lot stronger, making the run a little bit easier. Although there's also some mildly weak links in there, but at the same time, no physicals means there's no convenient thief, no ninja to carry the run and stuff like that as well. So, I mean, both of them can have really strong teams either way. Then Team 375 is literally split in half, 2 mages and 2 physical characters, whichever one you prefer. Then, technically this is a different setting, and I'm going to select this differently. It's going to be whether we play an upgrade run or no upgrade run. Upgrade means that once we get to a crystal, we unlock the next job, technically. However, I can upgrade to this next job whenever I feel like it. I can always use whatever I have used in the previous job, but let's say we get a thief at the wind crystal, everybody has to be a thief. And then, whenever I want to, during upgrade runs, I can choose to upgrade to the next job. And generally speaking, in upgrade, I think my preference is to know what I upgrade into, so I can properly plan ahead and kind of know as to well, are we gonna actually do a full quad berserker run or something like that, you know? And yeah, upgrade basically just means that everybody is the same job. So if we have Thief, everybody's a Thief. Then we get Mystic Knight in the Water Crystal, or whenever I upgrade to a Mystic Knight, everybody is a Mystic Knight. But I can still equip the Thief ability, so I can still steal, I can still have no back attacks, I can still sprint if I choose to, stuff like that. And then we upgrade into, I don't know, Beastmaster. Then we have Beastmasters that can use magical weapons and Thief abilities. This is kind of how an upgrade run works, but everybody has to be that next job class. It's a bit of a different kind of run, reasonably challenging, but also nothing too crazy. So yeah. You need... It's not like you need any one class to carry you. I mean... I will say that it's a lot more convenient to have characters that can be diverse in the team than having all of the same. So it is a bit of a challenge. Anyways, once again, if anybody just joined us over here, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome. You still have a little bit of time to vote, and I hope you are basking in the glory of the Final Fantasy version that has a pre-rendered cutscene intro. Well, let me tell you, this is PlayStation. This is not PlayStation 2. This is the old PlayStation. This is when CGI was basically just in its infancy. And it kind of looks pretty decent. I'm not entirely sure what these pictures and visuals are really supposed to represent. Like, surely they're scenes of the game, but this is the PlayStation version. We're gonna get into what that means in a little bit. And in fact, you know what? A little bit means we're just gonna get started. The straw poll is still gonna run. I don't actually have to start the run until we're there, so I suggest good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I hope you had seen the intro cutscene. Welcome to the marvelous PlayStation version of the game that is mostly notorious for two things. Loading times, which, if I remember correctly, were not actually that bad, but you know, if you're used to the other versions, it is quite a difference. And the other thing it is known for is its very, very questionable translation. Imagine a person that normally does, I don't know, lawyer email translations. They're given a script completely out of context, and they're trying their best to translate the script. But unfortunately, the person translating has absolutely no idea about mythology or fabulous or mystical creatures, so they just do their best to approximate the words to whatever they think might be spelled out. If you're not familiar with it, in Japanese, they don't actually have like one-to-one characters. They have like consonants and vowels just tied together, so you have ru, ri, ra, ro, and stuff like that. And the funny thing about R and L is it is completely interchangeable because they don't actually make a differentiation in that language for those. But sometimes they also use like words from other languages, like English mostly, where they sometimes decide in the Japanese script they write, let's say, holy bottle. So they write in their what is normally used for the foreign script, so to speak, or characters, they write in Japanese characters Horibotoru, because that's as close as they possibly can get to trying to write holy bottle in there. And that makes translating these kinds of games from Japanese into English very difficult. I'd like to emphasize that I don't think the translators which, by the way, this is just kind of how I imagine the script was translated. I actually don't know what the translation process for this game looked like. This is just the result we get from somebody being clearly not particularly well familiar with mystical creatures and trying to give the characters names while also being extremely constrained in how much or how many characters they can use for each individual description or character. So you get certain things like giant butterflies. I am absolutely going to show you what the giant butterfly looks like, because it's marvelous. There's a giant butterfly in this. It's my favorite. There's other favorites for other people too. And yeah, honestly, the CGI for this version looks decent, and it is also worth noting, this is the first official translation for Final Fantasy V that people have been able to play in English. This is the first official translation. This was before the Game Boy Advance version. Now, funnily enough, I believe this is actually after the Super Nintendo fan translation was released. The Super Nintendo fan translation is that old. So, yeah. Anyways, worth noting, on my side, the screen is actually kind of squished, so I couldn't figure out, or I couldn't get a external drive to run my actual disk, so I'm using a image that I created however long ago that I happened to find on my old laptop in order to play my PlayStation version for Final Fantasy V. This is the European Anthology version, which came with Final Fantasy IV and V. Remember, in Europe we actually didn't get any Final Fantasies until Final Fantasy VII. So, this being basically a way to play the older Final Fantasies in an anthology for 4 and 5 was actually quite unique. Actually, was it 5 and 6? I don't remember, it was one or the other. But yeah, the sound is going to be quite different compared to the Super Nintendo version as well. Notably, PlayStation discs had a lot more capacity for putting much better sound quality onto discs, because they were not as constrained in space as cartridges were, so they could be going much more all out on this. However, I remember the PlayStation version sounding actually pretty good. But I'm not sure if this is like an issue with me using this emulator or what exactly it is, but it just kind of sounds rather flat. It's entirely possible that on actual hardware this sounds better. But yeah, it does have quite a bit of a different theme, if you will. So yeah, welcome to Final Fantasy V. The menu opening takes a while. Also, the screen on my side, by the way, is a bit vertically squished for whatever reason. I'm pressing the wrong buttons because I'm not used to PlayStation controls. Config. So, but aside from that, for the most part, this is pretty much the Final Fantasy version you would play on the Super Nintendo. With actually some bug fixes too, funnily enough. We'll get to those. Actually, we might not get to those. You can run away with Berserkers without getting a turn. And that makes it a bit easier. Window color. What's the typical window color for a PlayStation? I guess gray. When I think of a PlayStation, like PlayStation 1 system, I think of gray. So maybe we go gray this time around. Can I actually save? Probably should have checked that beforehand. Worst case scenario, we make save states. Slot 1. Yes. Alright, save data. It takes a while. But hey, welcome to Final Fantasy V on the PlayStation. And yeah, I mean, notably, this is probably how a lot of people early on were just able to play this game to begin with. And as questionable as the translation is, it's still serviceable. And in fact, I personally think that the character that we're coming up to, introducing herself in a moment, her name actually makes the most sense in this version, in my personal opinion. Anyways, can I just hold down the confirm button in order to automatically select things? Did I set to list? Oh, okay, it is selected. But yeah, everything just... I don't know about you, it feels a little bit slower. Hello, welcome back, Sylvia. I hope you're doing well today. But yeah, so here we have Lena's name, and her name in this version is called Rena, or Reina. Actually, I like Reina better. I feel like it makes more sense as a name, but I don't know any Lenas, but I do know the people that are approximately called Rena, so that's just kind of it is. Right, let me just give you... Let's see whether this version actually saves the name this time. Final Fantasy 5 PlayStation. This is the first version you played, and phew, loading times are horrendous. Yep, so they say. The menu opening takes time, is wild. Also, I think a PS1 is typically grey, yeah. What does Final Fantasy 5 PSX have over the myriad of other versions that one could play? I mean, if you're just playing it for entertainment and are looking for a good time from the mechanics point of view, don't play this version. If you're looking for a piece of history, if you will, that had a very questionable translations and is the origin of a bunch of in-jokes in the Final Fantasy communities for the purposes of just various creatures and character names and phrases the people say, then this version is interesting, I will say. You're gonna be flat, you did not expect Rena to Lena. Yeah. Again, I like Rena better than Lena as a name personally, but I could chalk this up to me just not knowing anybody named Lena. Also, I think people voted for what we're gonna be doing as a run over on Twitch. You will take Piece of History, in-jokes, and Ferris Pirate Speak. Yes, actually, that's a good point. Ferris Pirate Speak is a thing. By the way, I'm doing my best to read the YouTube chat as well, but I'm notoriously terrible at reading chat in time, so if I miss anything, feel free to yell at me. Gotta get Mark with the Moogle Chum for this run. Not in this game, is it? But yeah, what I do think is weirdly nice that there are in fact some bug fixes compared to the Super Nintendo version. However, I highly doubt anybody has ever made a comprehensive list of things they fixed in this version, because who would want to investigate this? I just know about the Berserk party can run away, and you can run away the same way you can in the Game Boy Advance version, which means you don't need to get a turn first in order to start running away. So that's kind of the only thing I really know. I don't know if they fixed a bunch of other things or not. Alrighty, let's run. Hello, Kumaru. Welcome back on both sides, I suppose. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah. I don't know if it's an emulator setting or whether that's just how the PlayStation version normally looks, but it is vertically squished on my side. It's a bit strange. I did stretch it to 4:3 for the stream, which I think just looks a bit more natural. I mean, look at these fascinating and fancy battle transitions. Aren't they worth the extra 3 seconds you spend per encounter? Yeah. Man, it feels like that bar at the bottom right is crawling. I am wondering whether I am having some strange settings or that's just the PlayStation version. That might just be the PlayStation version. It's been a long time since I last played this one. How much do you need to bully XDev until you are satisfied? Well, in each individual version at least once. We might do it a few more times if you feel like it. Anyways, people have voted for what we are going to be playing. So, we are going to be playing a Team 750, which means it's not going to mostly consist of mage kind of characters, and an upgrade run. On top of that, I'm going to choose to play this as a Typhoon type run. Typhoon means that each crystal can give any job currently available in-game. Wind and water jobs will be more common, consequently. So basically, wind crystal can give wind crystal jobs, wind and water crystal can give wind and water, then the third fire crystal can give wind, fire and water crystal jobs, and the last one can give all the job potential. So this is kind of what used to be known as a random type run, and it tends to be my favorite because it's kind of skews towards the early characters for one, and two, you always have at least something that you can use, which I think is more interesting in my personal opinion. Anyways, we're going to be playing with Team 750, Typhoon Run, and we're going to go with an upgrade run too. So this is going to be interesting. So let's unlock the upgrade run. Okay, that's very interesting. So, in an upgrade run, we are always allowed to use whichever jobs we had previously and their abilities. However, everybody needs to be the new job that we are going to lock into when we upgrade. I don't know how you're officially supposed to do upgrade runs, but I personally prefer if I do upgrade runs. Was it, can we run? We did not get a knight, by the way, because it's not 750. We can run, okay. I wasn't sure whether my keybinds were correct. It's gonna be slow, isn't it? I did a quad berserker run on this version once. It took a while. A spring. Yeah. But yeah, personally I like to just look at all of the jobs immediately to see what we're going to get, because, so, for reference, let me actually just put on screen what our first run is going to be. That reminds me, I probably also need to remove the... Oh no, we don't need to remove that one. Stream controls. Then we need the... jobs, there we go. For Job Fiesta. Okay, hold on. There we go, I need to disable it and re-enable it. Alrighty, for our first job, we're going to get... Stream controls, where are you? There we go. We're going to get a really strong one to start out. And that's gonna be Blue Mage. Worth noting, you do not have to upgrade your characters if you don't want to. You can just stay with whatever you're given. In this case, Blue Mage is perfectly suitable to beat the entire game with, without too much trouble. In fact, you even can defeat Shinryu relatively easily too. Actually, can you? Yes, you can. One for one. But yeah, Blue Mage is one of my favorite jobs in the game, all things considered. It is extremely versatile, and it's one of the archetypes of characters that I really enjoy in RPGs, which is just the wild kind of mage. The mage that has access to monster magic, if you will. Because Blue Mage allows you to see enemies use certain abilities. Once you get hit by them and you're a Blue Mage, you learn these abilities and you can then subsequently use these yourself. And if you lean into those kinds of characters in RPGs, you often can get really funny and wacky combos going together, and sometimes they're even really strong. In this case, Blue Mage is, in fact, extremely strong. It's also kind of notable because Blue Mage gets its magic ability that you can assign to other characters relatively early, and there's only one level of Blue Mage for just pure blue magic. I think it's like the second or third ability that the Blue Mage unlocks. Also, this is the 5th run, so I guess it's gonna be Butts in the lead again, so we just leave the team as is. Also, by the way, fun fact, on the PlayStation version, the bottom button, the X button, is the one to confirm, and the circle button, the one on the right, is the one to cancel out of menus, which feels entirely backwards, not gonna lie. But using X to confirm was fairly common in the early PlayStation days. Hey DD Jake. May the master guide your run to success. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's a good blessing. You roll Blue Mage. Yes, Blue Mage is incredibly strong if you know what you're doing, and even if you don't know what you're doing, there's a decent chance you're gonna pick up a bunch of interesting magics here and there. You could in theory just stay like this if you want, but you're guessing that's not your style. We'll see. If I happen to roll Berserker last, I'm not gonna upgrade into Berserker, but I could already unlock the jobs if I want to. Also, actually, let me upgrade my title, update my title. At least that way people know that I'm using a bit of an upgrade run. Because I'm sure that question will come up quite a few times here. The bar at the bottom is crawling. Yaka, didn't you set explicitly to set the battle speed to slow-ish? Yes. Actually, this is an interesting point. Maybe the battle speed in this version behaves differently than the Super Nintendo version. But normally what it does in the Super Nintendo version, I just assume everything is the same unless proven different compared to the Super Nintendo version. I just assumed this would be the same compared to the other version, but maybe that is not the case. Let me actually set the battle speed to fast and see whether that's a thing. So what this setting normally does in both the Super Nintendo as well as Game Boy Advance version is it determines on how much time you get as a player between you getting a turn and then the battle timer continuing afterwards. If you set it to 6, you have like a solid 3 or 4 seconds to menu before the battle timer continues as soon as you get your turn. Which, by the way, I prefer the game pausing there so I can actually do proper inputs, as opposed to other versions of the game that just don't care and just continue the battle timer, and you have no chance in, well, heck, I guess. Apparently hell is a swear word. Anyways, you have no chance to menu quick enough to actually get proper turns. And Final Fantasy V is kind of fun in my personal opinion because it is precise enough where exact turns actually are very interesting to do for me personally. Without a doubt, it does make the game easier if the game actually pauses when you get the menu, but it's more fun to strategize with that. The music at the PS version is surely interesting with pitches, yes. I mean, at least they did redo the music, as opposed to the mobile version, which just straight up ripped the Super Nintendo version music instead. Am I using DuckStation? No, this is BizHawk Emulator, with a apparently NemaShock core. There might be better cores out there. I don't know what you normally do. I don't usually emulate PlayStation games, but in this case, because I'm using the European version of the game that I own, I can't use it with my US PlayStation, unfortunately. Hey Racodactylus, thank you for the good luck and welcome. Great start, so you love Blue Mage, yeah. So the thing is, once we unlock the Blue Mage abilities to learn Blue Magic and cast Blue Magic, we can just upgrade to the next thing, I guess. And I could unlock, again, usually the way I personally like to play upgrade runs is by immediately knowing what the upgrades are, or the jobs are that we're going to upgrade into. Since, let's say, if you roll into something that just straight up cannot realistically use the job's previous abilities, then you might as well not worry about gaining those last abilities. Like, for example, if you have a red mage, getting dual cast is extremely expensive and time consuming, and it's almost never worth it. But depending on what you might have after unlocking those initial jobs, maybe it is worth considering, who knows. You recommend looking into Duck Station. The music sounds super flat. It does sound super flat. I don't know if this is just how the game is. What is Duck Station, if I might ask? Like, is it an actual physical device, or is it an emulator? We could try to switch over right now. Well, it's a bit late now. Duck Station is a PlayStation emulator. You know what? We're early in it enough that let's just save it real quick and see whether that sounds much better. Because I agree, it does sound very flat. I just don't know whether that's just how the game is or what it is. Right. We can now save the game. So let's save. There's a decent chance we just have to redo this one, but that's okay. Just gonna fast forward. Or maybe, I guess technically on YouTube I could even trim out the segment until we're back here. So if you see a cut, this is what might happen. Alright, let's take a look, because I do agree, the music does sound rather questionable, I will say. So, give me a moment while I'm looking into this. Like, I figured, oh, it's probably gonna be better with other tracks, but not really. Duck Station. Fast PS1 emulator. Windows. Sure. I see a little black mage contributor in the Duck Station thing. Let's see. Alright. Let's take a break with this one. Do you have a link to the Duck Station thingy? Because Windows tells me it doesn't want to run this one, so I guess I shouldn't. Alright, let's see. Final Fantasy 5. Let's see if the portable version on this one throws anything too. I've been super paranoid ever since I fell for that other thing. Let me pause the timer in the meantime. Alright. We'll be right back. Quick break, everybody. Alrighty, so this is Dock Station. I need to figure out how I can set up my control stuff. So let me figure that out. Keyboard? How do I find it? Obvious? Can you not use mouse and a keyboard for this digital controller? Okay, I think digital controller kind of works. L1, L2, I don't think I need the other ones. Up, down, left, right. Alright, this should work now. Probably. Assuming it saves the settings after I close the window. Alright, let's take a look. How does the game look now? Oh, it's just still the mythical on the start, isn't it? Hold up. Oh, no, it's not. I think it sounds nicer. The visuals are a bit strange, but this might just be a PlayStation thing. Alrighty. That's the wrong one. Hold up. I didn't put this over here yet. Don't use this. Don't use this. Add source. See, these are the things that you're supposed to do before the stream starts, but I was a bit slow to get going today. Just say the very least. View. Can I make this size larger? 2 times scale? Oh, what was the scale before and then 4 times? I think it was too large. View. Scale 3 times. It does look a little bit blurry. I don't know if that's just how it is on the PlayStation version. It might just be. Or it could be... Can you optimize this for pixel graphics? Because a lot of PlayStation games, of course, are more 3D-ish. So I don't know if... Internal resolution. Oh, okay. So if I set it to 3 times internal resolution, it looks a lot better now. Do we ever see fairies move her head like this in the game, actually? I don't know. I didn't see what you mean. Live troubleshooting. I mean, I guess it's more like life, just switching to an entirely different system that I didn't set up for. But I really was honestly bothered by the music, and Richtershade mentioning that DuckStation might fare much better, which I think it does, was kind of enticing enough. So I guess we just start again. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day. So I just downloaded the portable version of DuckStation, and that didn't throw any errors. Initially I was on a GitHub release and Windows complained about that thing, and I have learned my lesson. I'm not running stuff that the Windows complained about. But the portable release seems to work just perfectly fine, and I can actually even use the BIOS I have procured from the other thing. So we're fine. Alrighty, I guess it is in this case just new game, because I highly doubt we're gonna have any save games here. Can't find any Final Fantasy save that. That little character just makes animations for the menu. We'll see that again. Bonk. That's kind of neat. Sorry, I'm easily amused. So, well, let's hear whether this sounds any better, shall we? We're just gonna continue, and for YouTube, I'm probably just gonna trim out the entire segment where we just restart the game. And this might hopefully sound a lot better. Or maybe it just sounds the exact same. Who knows? Maybe the BIOS I'm using is terrible. I actually have no idea when I originally got that one, so it's been a while. Oh, you know what? It's the PAL version. It has 50 FPS. I do wonder whether that actually actively slows down the game too. Yeah, maybe it's not that funny. Who knows? Also, I need to crop the game window again, don't I? We do so once we get to the overworld where Butts is standing. Good thing about DuckStation, it runs just fine out of the box without having to adjust any settings, except for the typical ISO/BIOS stuff, yes. PAL version? Why? That's the version I own. That's the version I have. That's why PAL version. I don't remember it being actively slower though, but I could be wrong. It's the friendliest version, it's your PAL. Maybe. Really. I am curious on... I'm kind of curious on how it would look if we activated some filters. You know how... Well, actually, some people might know. It's not pretty old. Nowadays, apparently it is kind of... Some people think it's horrible to taint the pretty pixels and stuff. But when I originally discovered emulator, the first emulator I ever downloaded happened to have a filter applied to the games automatically, which was called Super Eagle. And, you know, it just kind of tried to merge the pixels together, making the picture a little bit more smoother rather than blocky. And I really liked how that looked as a kid. I liked it a lot more than I liked the actual straight up pixels. And I still think it looks good. Sometimes questionable. And of course, it's very much not the way it was designed originally, so it is quite a deviation for that side of things. But I still have fond memories of using that SAL or Super Eagle filter or whatever it was called exactly in order to just smooth out the pixels. I thought it looked pretty good. Alrighty, now time to crop the image. FF5 crop. On the left, on the right, the top. Can't see. Oh, that's actually the bottom. Good job, Jaeger. And the top. Although, I should wait until we see the world map. Well, I think this should be the same resolution here in this little pencil. It is still looking horizontally squished. I think that's just how the PlayStation version looks. I guess more, it's more vertically squished, excuse me. That way around. Alright. I think this sounds better. Probably. Alrighty, so question. Should I give you the true experience of the game just looks vertically squished like this, and that's just how it is? Or should I just do what I did before and just stretch it for you guys? Because, you know, it's a bit more familiar looking. I don't know about you, but I think stretching is fine. Just a little more. The bane of adjusting things with the mouse instead of numbers. 37, 38. No, 41, 37, 37. I don't think I can adjust it any more, so maybe this is fine. Alrighty, let's get back. I'm keeping the timer stopped until we get into the wind shrine. Wait here, Boko. I also think the inputs are nicer. So, you know, it's actually kind of strange because I do have that distinct memory of actually really liking the PlayStation version's music when I originally played it. Also, so let's take a look as to whether... I think that bar in bottom right goes a bit faster than before. a bit loud compared to my voice. Oh, that is actually very loud. Thank you for letting me know. See, this is why I need to adjust these things beforehand. Before the stream, normally. All of the little things you usually don't get to see. I reduced the volume by a lot, but I can also reduce it on the output side by a bit more too. Imagine that sound was kind of loud. We're gonna hear that again in a moment, and then we're gonna just adjust it there again. Thank you for letting me know, I appreciate it. Alright, let's take a look. So, battle speed. Normally you set it to be slow, so let's actually set it to 1. Master speed is fast, short window set, memory cursor. Let's set it to gray again. I think it's usually a bit of a brighter gray, but I don't want to make the background too bright, otherwise it's gonna get hard to read. So I think this is fine for PlayStation ideas. Also, the first job class we get, by the way, is Bear. It's not a freelancer, it's just the Bear class, I guess. Phoenix Downs, these are worth 1000 gold if you try to buy them. They also revive a party member that has fallen in battle. And if you want to, this early on, you can just sell them for 500 gold, which may be quite desirable. I want to keep... What level was Siren? Level 2, right? I think I want to keep 2 characters at level 2, thinking about it. So we're gonna keep Lena and Galuf at level 2. We level up Fairies and Buds to level 5. For Carl Boss. I don't remember what the level was for Medusa. Alrighty. Soon. Well, once we walk all the way back, I guess. We're gonna get the hasty music again, or danger music again. So, please do let me know if the audio balance is not better, or whether it still needs adjustment. Every time the PlayStation needs to play a sound, it feels like there's just a little bit of an extra pause before everything. Alright, it looks like it might still be a little bit on the loud side, so I'm gonna tone it down just a notch. -6 decibels is what it reads now. I can still tone it down further. So I guess I'm just gonna keep talking until people tell me whether that's any good or not. Then again, realistically, I guess I'm going to keep talking anyways. Also, this is battle speed 1, so this is how fast the bar fills up. Thumbs up for the moment. Alrighty. Thank you so much, FN Cardassia. Appreciate the feedback. As usual, feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name, if you'd like to. So, let's go config, let's set the battle speed to 4. Like, it is slow. But it might just be slow because it's 50 FPS. Because this is the PAL version. I'm really looking forward to getting back to Game Boy Advance or Super Nintendo version after this. Not gonna lie. I think the bar fills up at the same speed, so I guess that's just how it is. And the slow, dramatic fade out. What level was Magiza? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Oh, well, I'll say that. Challenge series. Yeah. Siren was level 2, level 8 for Magiza and Forza. So we could do a little bit of grind after defeating Siren to get to level 8. Or we could just break the rod. Galora is level 3, so actually we keep Galuf and Lena still low level after that. We only level up Butts and Fairies to level 8. Then Liquid Flame is level 19, Iron Claw is 39, Ifrit is 22. And those are higher level than I'm willing to go for. Maybe Sandworm with level 18 we could try to aim for. Timmy with level 20. I guess we'll see. I'll probably forget about levels soon enough anyways. It'll be fine. Alrighty, stay hydrated, folks. It still kind of sounds a bit flat. But I think it's better than before. Work. Something about the visuals feels weird. Are the colors washed out? No, I think this actually is pretty accurate to how the colors normally look. If you have been watching the... Wait, don't do that. If you have been watching the previous run with Final Fantasy 5 on the iOS version, those colors were actually very strong, which I personally prefer, because it just looked a lot more vibrant and colorful, but I think this is how it normally looks. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a little bit on the less saturated side. But I don't necessarily discover or anything wrong with it. I need to get a little bit of extra levels on Butts. Well, actually, I don't think there's much. Anyways, this does definitely sound better. Thank you for the suggestion, Richter Shade. It's just gonna be a slow walk through this game, isn't it? Your timer is paused? Yes, this time it's intentional. Thank you, Channingen. I appreciate the heads up. This time it's intentional. Because we're going to restart the timer once I arrive at the Wind Crystals location. Yeah, welcome. Thank you for letting me know, I appreciate it. Used to hear defunct/iOS was bad, but the fact that defunct/iOS has the advanced content makes you want to consider using it for a run. Yeah, I mean, it is very peculiar that it happens to just have that stuff included. In my opinion, it probably makes a lot of sense, since I will guess they literally use the Game Boy Advance code as a basis for the port that they made, or the creation that they made. Because it was faithful to the original to a fault, in the same way that the Secret Mana remake was. where even all the weird and strange little interactions were the exact same on the original version, which I don't think you would, in a lot of cases, intentionally recreate. Because who cares that you get a tiny bit of weapon experience after you complete the cutscene to get into the battle against Mech Rider number 2? Like, why would you even get that to begin with? But you do. Sometimes you level up just entering the Mech Rider 2 boss fight on your weapon, and it's just weird. So you did a bit of research. The PlayStation version music was compressed to FMV format. That sounds about right. I'm kind of curious how the Final Fantasy VI version would sound on the PlayStation. If I'm not mistaken, the US got Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger in a bundle, and Final Fantasy IV and 5 in a bundle. Actually, I might not remember that correctly. Something like that. There's like 3 different anthology versions where they bundled 2 games onto PlayStation, where one is like Final Fantasy IV and 5, another version is 6 and Chrono Trigger, and another version is Final Fantasy 5 and 6 for some reason. Pixar Remastered not having advanced content has always made you sad. Makes you feel like they were going for the barest minimum. Yeah. I kind of get the same feeling. Like, it's much better polished overall. But it also doesn't feel like the original in terms of like combat mechanics. But I know a lot of people that are, generally speaking, reasonably familiar with all Final Fantasy games. They didn't even realize that the combat mechanics were that different compared to the original. Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and... Well, actually, I'm gonna do that stuff once we arrive at the Wind Shrine save point. I was gonna unlock the other job classes too, just to see what we will upgrade into for the future. I was originally thinking, oh, but I guess we're just gonna stay Blue Mage until we have all the good blue magics, but you don't have to, because you can equip the Learn ability on other characters to learn the blue magics too, so you don't have to do that. Also, listen to this fairy dialogue. I said her father be at the Wind Shrine. Yeah. It's very, you know, it's the spaghetti western equivalent of pirate speech, I guess. What'll you do with these landlubbers, Captain? Release them. I don't know if there's a word for that. Timer stopped? Yes. Intentional this time for once. Because I basically played up until the Wind Shrine to the save point, and then Ricochet made the suggestion that, hey, maybe the Duck Station emulator is better for music quality, and I think it is significantly better. So I switched over. I'm just gonna continue the timer later, because I also plan to cut out this entire part until we are back at the Wind Shrine from the YouTube video. So we just basically quote-unquote continue there. At least I hope I can just cut it out, because if I have to download it and then cut out, then render it and then upload it again, then it's gonna get a bunch more steps than I would like to do. The main reason I'm streaming to YouTube too is so we have an easy archive of all the live streams now, because it just makes sense. Also this time I didn't have to generate a new stream key for it to actually work. I don't know what that was about last time. Shall I sail her to the wind shrine for you? No. Why do we get to say yes and no instead of a or nay? Admittedly, I would prefer yes or no. So. It's still mildly flat, but that might just be how the composition works, right? But I'm pretty sure it's much better than it was before. Back attack. I don't want to play back attack, so we should be able to run away before Gup Punch! Before we get a turn here. In the Super Nintendo version, your characters need to get a turn before you can ever possibly run away. This version is different, which is especially useful if you have only one character and that character gets paralyzed in a back attack. You can still run away. In the Super Nintendo version, you're just gonna sit there for about 3 turns and the enemy is hitting you the entire time. Very inconvenient. Alrighty. We're back. I'm actually just do the proper intro here now. Okay, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back to this place. Hopefully, if I did cut the stuff out correctly on the YouTube side, it's just gonna be like a second for you. But we did actually decide, well, I did decide to use the Duck Station as an emulator, which I think sounds better. I'm pretty sure it sounds better. And I just needed to replay back to this point. And, well, let's continue, shall we? Welcome to Final Fantasy V for the PlayStation. I was also wondering why the game was so slow in combat, and I think I figured it out. Like initially, somebody made the suggestion, hey, didn't you set the battle speed to slow? But the battle speed here actually only affects on how much time you get before you can take an action. No, before you need to take an action after you get your turn. And then the battle timer continues. This is basically a difficulty setting. If you set it to 6, you have like a solid 3 or 4 seconds before the in-battle timer continued after you get a turn, so you can conveniently navigate to your items in order to use a potion without the enemies just wailing on you the entire time. On the other hand, if you set it too fast, then enemies will just keep whacking you. And this is the same for the PlayStation version. However, the reason why it just feels slower is because it is probably slower because this is the PAL version. This is the version of Final Fantasy V for PlayStation that I own, and PAL games in the Super Nintendo and PlayStation era often were just, well, slowed down. Actually, we're gonna run away for now. I'm gonna talk about that in a second because I figured out something else. Basically, PAL games were often just straight up slowed down to 5/6 the speed, because this is 50 FPS instead of the usual NTSC 60 FPS. And the way a lot of games just handled it is they just straight up slowed the entire game down to play at, well, 5/6 the speed. And this might just be the case here too. Anyways, I actually do want to keep Lena and Galuf at level 2, for reasons that will become obvious later, and I want to level up Butts and Ferris to level 5. Yeah, you will see what that actually entails later, but before that, let's go and knock over this guy. This is the Wing Raptor. We should be fine just fighting him, we don't need to do anything special. This is the tutorial boss. He has 250 health, and all he does is just attack or use Breathwing. Breathwing is 25% of our maximum HP gone to our entire party whenever he uses it. And after he takes 2 actions, he will normally close his wings. But if Butts gets a favorable speed roll, which he did, I actually can go before the Wing Raptor, which should reliably mean that we knock out the Wing Raptor in, well, 3 rounds of ours before it can actually move. Blue Mage Artist will be fun, yes. We're gonna do a bit of level shenanigans. Also, I forgot to equip. Oh, this is weird. The menu is different. When you go up to the combat menu, the left and right are vertically arranged instead of the usual horizontal. That's strange. Okay. Didn't know that was a difference. Anyways, Breath Wing. That's okay. Galuf equips the sword. Did he just have the same color on the sword as... This might knock him out here. Yeah. Did he just have the same color on the sword as other characters? Also, we get yes every time we defeat the enemies. Instead of victory, you get just yes. You get a sword / shield. You get decent armor, you get a cool magic. Yes, Blue Mage. This is an upgrade run. I can upgrade to whichever next job we unlock at any point I want, by the way. We are not technically bound to the crystals. We are only bound to having access to the jobs once I get to the crystals. So at the earliest, the next job I will unlock is going to be Blue Mage at the water crystal. But besides that, I can actually upgrade to the next class afterwards. We're gonna go slightly more into detail about that slightly later. Anyways, we're gonna want to level up just a tiny bit here. In preparation for the next boss. Yes, Reina gained a level, Galuf gained a level, and now we want actually these two to take a nap. Oh my goodness. Everything's just slow. You know, I thought the Steam iOS port was sluggish and slow. Man, I'm not used to this one anyway. Alright, what we want to do is we want to hit Lena, hit you, and then hit you. We should get the turn before. These are also called Mold Wind. Or Mold Wind. Pay good attention to the enemy names because they are unique in this version of the game. Very special. So, I actually want to keep Lena and Galuf at level 2 for very specific reasons. And I do want to gain level 5 specifically on level Galuf and Ferris. No, on Bart and Ferris. Or PSX and Ferris, I guess. This is like Final Fantasy 9 love so slow. Well, both of these are PlayStation games, so makes perfect sense, right? Who knows? It's okay. We're just gonna lean back, relax, and not worry too much about it. Plus, we have Blue Mage, so we can squeak through at a lower level than would otherwise be possible. So I'm pretty confident that we don't have to do too much grinding with this. You thought this game would be small enough to fit on a PS1 RAM, so you wouldn't need all this loading time, but what do you know? What you don't know is that because the PlayStation has, of course, much better capacity for fancy music and musical arrangements, they needed to redo a bunch of these music and arrangements and then load them in from the disc dynamically at a much larger size, which I will guess is the main reason for all the loading times. But I don't really know. I have no idea about the technical aspects of this entire thing. Anyways, welcome to Final Fantasy V, the full Job Fiesta number 5 this year. I have done a run on every version that was released. We have done Super Nintendo, Game Boy Advance, Pixel Remaster, iOS and Steam, the old Steam version so to speak, And now it is the PlayStation version for the 5th run here. And if you don't know Final Fantasy V, once you unlock certain job crystals, like here in the Wind Shrine, you have access to these jobs at any moment you want. You can just switch your characters to different jobs if you want to. We get Knight, Monk, Blue Mage, Thief, Black Mage, and White Mage. And in the 4th Job Fiesta, we are given randomly jobs that we have to use as our characters. This is also, normally, you need to have at least one of the jobs represented in your party. However, this is an upgrade run, which means once I upgrade to the next job, once I unlock the next job, whatever that means, I will have to switch all my jobs to the next character on every character. So normally you only need to have one represented in the party, but everybody here has to be Blue Mage. If we get Berserker next, everybody there has to become a Berserker. If we then get a Beastmaster after the Berserker, everybody has to be a Beastmaster. And this is what upgrade means. Okay, so the dagger is called the Dirk in this version. And we have a leather shield. Let me put it this way. If you have limited space to write your stuff in, leather shield seems like a reasonable option if you just don't have that many characters available. Okay, it's fine. Tonics are also the regular potions. They heal only 50 HP. Ferris is level 4, Butts is level 3. We still want to gain 2 more levels. And we also want to gain some abilities along the way, so I don't remember what the goblin's level is, so I hope it's not gonna be level 4, because I'm gonna try and get a goblin encounter here. I guess I can always get this in the city. Ah, there's a goblin. Let's knock out the snake. This thing is in the back row, so our physical attacks deal half damage. So Blue Mage is basically the monster magic mage. So certain enemies, like this goblin here, they have certain abilities they can use. And we need to get our Blue Mage hit by that ability. So in this case, I'm just looking for the goblin to use Goblin Punch on me. Come on, buddy. Or Gop Punch. Goblin Punch is the exact same thing as a regular physical attack. Normally anyways. However, it has 2 key differences. For one, I actually can put my characters into the back row and still deal full damage with our Goblin Punch ability. So it's basically a regular physical attack, but it also has reach now, so we can just hit enemies. On top of that, there's the main key difference that if you play this game casually without looking up stuff, there's a high chance you have absolutely no idea why sometimes Goblin Punch does absolutely insanely absurdly good damage, and other times it's just your regular attack damage. So because it's such low damage, why would you even use it later on? But we have Gop Punch, which by the way costs 0 MP, and right now it is just the equivalent of a regular attack. Now notably, the dagger agility multiplier does not apply, so swords are strictly better. The nice thing about Gop Punch is that it does not miss, so it will always hit. And we also want to learn an ability from these guys, but the thing is, right now these guys will kill a character if they attack me with their wind attack. So we need to gain a level or 2 before that. Did it say yes? Yes. Instead of victory or anything else of that equivalent, the game just says yes! Alrighty, Ferris is also level 5 as our Blue Mage. Butts needs to gain a little bit more experience to become get to level 5 as well. Actually, it should be fine. I do need to save. I also need to use a tonic, or potion I guess, onto Butts, because we need him to survive the next encounter. Memo? No, don't worry about it. I don't know what Memo does. I wonder if Memo is a like quicker save thing. So far, PlayStation version feels incredibly weird. Yes. It's like the uncanny valley of a version that you may be very familiar with in the Super Nintendo version, and suddenly it's just ever so slightly shifted to the left. Like, not physically shifted to the left, but the reality shifted slightly to the left. And this is this version. Anyways, I want to knock out the snack, because this thing will paralyze me if I don't. Then we need to knock you out. And then, this Moltman enemy here, he can do two things in his next turn. He can just do a regular physical attack, or if I'm lucky, he is going to use... Well, he didn't use it. If I'm lucky, he can use... his other attack. Let me actually defend with that so he takes less physical damage, because I don't think he will survive if he gets hit by the arrow attack. So I'll probably have to use a Phoenix Stone. Anyways, I'm hoping it's gonna hit Ferris, but we do want to learn a wind ability from this guy. Oh, it's not gonna be good, but it's gonna go down to this. If he gets hit. Well, let's just hope he doesn't get hit. Because again, Ferris is already level 5. We want to keep her at level 5. We don't want to level up. Come on, buddy. Use your wind ability. I'd like to learn this. There's the Goblin Punch ability. No, the Goblin Punch is what we just learned earlier. That's pretty unlucky. Well, now it's true 50-50 whether he hits Ferris or Butts. Whenever he chooses to use his wind ability. I don't know what it's called in this version. It's normally called Arrow. Come on. Every other turn he has a 1 in 3 chance to use it. My goodness. This guy. One day he'll use it. I don't know if it's turn 1 or 2 right now, so I don't know when he has a chance to use it or not. There it is. And it hit Ferris, perfect. And we're gonna learn that ability, which deals decent damage. We also have only Butts alive, so he gets all the experience. Also, yes! Instead of victory, it's just yes! Yeah. Alright, our PlayStation leveled up, we learned Arrow, and we are good to go. We are level 5 on Butts, level 5 on Ferris, and that's all we wanted from here. We could also pick up Vampire. I don't know if we have enough experience to spare to pick up Vampire right now. We probably do. They don't give much experience. Oh my goodness. I'm just habitually saving every so often because every time I go by a save point, why not just save as well? But everything is just so slow. So actually what we want to do is we want to briefly go and heal up over here. Oh, this guy doesn't even do a cutscene this time around. I guess because we already were up there. The crystals were destroyed. Okay, they don't give us any potions anymore after the crystals are destroyed. Oh well. We got a full heal because Ferris does not get healed in the cutscene heal in town, so to speak. So, you will see the true magic of Goblin Punch in the Carl boss encounter. Because it's quite fascinating. Rum! Rum! Always this guy a little bit late. Dar, think I'll have me a drink too. In case you're wondering, Ferris doesn't stop talking like that. She will just always talk like that. I'm pretty sure. Hello, are you a beginner? Yes, please come in. I'm actually curious what she's gonna say once I tell her no. We could pick up a chest in the next room that has a goblin inside. If I didn't get goblin punch yet, I would actually grab that chest for goblin punch. So let's take a look. What does she say? She normally says like, no loitering. Are you a beginner? No. No jokes, please. Hey! Instead of hey, it's supposed to be like, hiya! Kicking us out. No jokes, please, huh? Okay. It was more of the phrasing that she uses when she kicks you out that I was curious about. Get some tents and tonics. Tents are tents, so that's nice. They heal 1000 HP and 100 MP at the overworld or at a save point to your entire party. Phoenix down, a revival item. No jokes, she could punch Exdelf into the void, but chooses not to. I mean, after all, punching Exdelf into the void is a task for beginning adventurers, not for experienced ones, right? So it makes sense. That's how we prove that we are no longer a beginner. Probably. So the very first time I played the PlayStation version was when... I'm pretty sure I ran the disc in my disk drive at the time because I had one and ran it on an emulator. I don't remember which emulator I used at the time, but I have the distinct memory of a lot of the music actually sounding quite nice in the PlayStation version, which is why I immediately jumped onto the opportunity where Richtershade mentioned that, hey, DuckStation might have better music, and I think it does sound quite a bit better, which is nice. 10 tents and a tonic. And a ton of tonics. Hello, welcome to J Morph. Hope you're doing well. Zoc. Yes, his name is Zoc. Or Zoc. Hello. Welcome to Magus. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty. I like how this sounds. It's pretty good. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a restful night. Let's go and punch a lobster. A big red one, I would argue. Maybe I should have thieves in my team. But this is a magic team. Oh yeah, it's actually 750. I didn't put that in the title. This is a magic team, also Typhoon Run, for what it's worth. Alrighty, whoa, we wanna go ahead and buy items. We sell the ether. Ether are still called ether. For 750 gold, and then we buy tonics, as many as we can afford. Because, well, we're not gonna get any better healing item anytime soon. You know, when I have blue mages, I tend to just like going out of my way to get every single blue magic, just because I can. And admittedly, there's not that many blue magics that are useless. Almost all of them are useful one way or another. Some more selectively useful, others are more generally useful. Anyways, the arrow spell we picked up from the Mauled Wind in the Wind Shrine. It's basically just your basic wind-based attack. Wind-based attacks are, in terms of attack power, ever so slightly behind the basic elemental spells from a black mage, like fire, ice, and lightning. However, they're not far behind, so it's usually rather comparable. But we're gonna go ahead and pick up one more item before we move on. The error spell. Sadly not real. I mean, you need to get hit by a spell from an enemy in order to be able to learn it, so if the game is your enemy and you get hit by an error spell, maybe you could learn it. And use it against the game afterwards. That's usually called glitch abuse. That mean I'm a blue mage? Probably not. Onward. So, before we go in fact onward into the Torna Canal, or whatever it's called in this version, we're briefly going to go on a detour to visit the beginner caves that we were in just earlier. Because in here we can learn one more blue magic ability. Not from these enemies here, but it's in here. Goblins, killer bees. Everything just takes like 2 seconds longer than I anticipated it would. Like, I'm prepared for it to be slow, but every time I'm just still mildly surprised that it's that slow. Righty, perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. Oh, I forgot to turn Galef and Ferris into a blue mage. So let me correct that real quick. You cannot turn or switch character jobs when they are knocked out on the floor. That just doesn't work. Let me correct that. And then I have to find the same battle again, I guess. Galef, you're gonna be a blue mage. And Lena, or Reina, you're gonna be a blue mage as well. And notably, we actually want the broadsword. Can I switch? Ooh, you can switch between characters with the L and R buttons in this version. You cannot do this in the Super Nintendo version. That's nice. Okay, we actually want to give the broadsword over to Reina here. Because she will need it against the upcoming Carl boss encounter. Alright, let's try to get the bats again. Notably, you don't need to just see the enemy use the ability. Your blue mage, or a character with the learn ability, specifically needs to get hit by one of these abilities. Alrighty, that's good. We're gonna just knock out one of them. And wait until the other one graces us with the vampire ability. Could also use Arrow on it. Arrow does cost MP, it costs 4, which I think is the same for other elemental spells. Also, by the way, Ferris comes equipped with a leather shield. That's a 10% chance to block right there. Red Feast it's called. Okay. Also, apparently these enemies are level 2, so Lena just did 240 damage to these guys. And we have learned Red Feast. What a name. So, Red Feast, also known as Vampire in other versions, deals damage equivalent to half of your missing HP. So if you have 10,000 HP and you're missing 5,000, it deals 2,500 damage. Unless you play the Game Boy Advance version, then it actually deals damage equivalent to your missing HP. Also, it heals you for the same amount of damage you deal, so it can be a way to heal up your character. The main caveat is that Vampire is a chance to hit spell, so if an enemy has high magic evasion or is much higher level than you, your chance to hit on them might be very unreliable, which is quite unfortunate, but that's just how it is. XXX Red Feast XX. I didn't pay attention what the name of this area was. So yeah, Goblin Punch is a very, very strange ability. Normally, it just deals damage equivalent to your current weapon's attack power and your strength. So it's basically just a regular attack, ignoring rows, which is why we're sitting in the back row with everybody, so we take half the physical damage. But when your character has the same level as the enemy, a special interaction triggers, where you, instead of dealing your regular attack power, you deal 8 times damage and ignore the enemy's defense. How do you know what level an enemy is? I think a lot of them you can use the White Mage Libra spell, but the Blue Mage also eventually learns like an analysis spell as well, although I don't know if these two spells are the exact same or different, or what the heck is up with that. It just sounds different, I guess. Anyways, you can learn that certain enemies and bosses are certain levels. How would you ever know that Goblin Punch does that? Well, maybe you get whacked by a goblin really hard, and once you level up, you don't get whacked really hard by Goblin Punch anymore. But that's... you know, I don't think most people would figure out that interaction. You just try out Goblin Punch once, it just deals regular damage, I guess. Maybe you figure out that it deals full damage in and from the back row and use it for that purpose. And potentially you could get lucky that sometimes an enemy happens to be the same level as you and consequently might just deal good damage. Anyways, this upcoming boss here, the big red lobster named Caraboss, he has 650 HP. No physical defense at all, but in his first turn he will always, well, 2 out of 3 times he does a regular physical attack that also can paralyze. So with Ferris at level 5, when she uses Goblin Punch, she does... oh, he does a regular attack without paralyzing. That's a 1 in 3 chance. 224 damage. If we... actually, excuse me, I had that backwards. This guy is level 5, that is why we have... Butts and Ferris at level 5. Sorry, I switched up the bosses here. Lena does 30 damage. But as you can see, Butts and Ferris, because they're level 5, they deal much more damage. 96. Is Butts not level 5? Did he accidentally gain a level? Anyways, Ferris is the correct level, so she does absolutely massive damage. Did Butts actually level up? He might have. Enemies in this, bosses in this game don't actually give experience, so we don't have to worry about that. They only give ABP, ability points. Ability points are used to level up your classes to learn new abilities from that class. For example, once we level up our Blue Mage Chop class enough, we can put the Blue Magic ability onto a different type of character. So we could have a Knight with Blue Magic, or a Thief with Blue Magic, stuff like that. I took off his weapon. Oh, I did! Right. I was actually really confused. No, I thought Carbos was level 2, but no, Carbos is level 5. The next boss is level 2, which is why we keep Lena and Galef at level 2. That way around. And then, what level was Galur? I think Galur is level 3. So we wanna just keep Ferris and Galef at level 3 for that one. No, Sildra. It's weird saying Ferris yell Hydra here. True. Sildra's not exactly Hydra, is it? The ship's drifting. I'm sure Hydra's still alive. Wait, if this is Hydra, what are the enemies called in the Drunken Druids? Now I'm curious. Basically, Goblin Punch, if you recall, calculated weapon damage, the multiplier of level bonus, or reduced effect if not equal, I think. Yes, basically. It first just does the regular damage, and then it... Well, actually, no, it ignores defense. So I don't think it calculates regular damage first. Because no regular attack damage usually counts for defense. But I could be wrong? I can always be wrong, I'm pretty good at that. Anyways. Now we want to have the broadswords on Galef and Lena. Previously, we wanted them on Ferris and Butts. I just forgot. And I accidentally gave Butts no weapon to work with. That's alright. It's not a bad rendition of the song. I do kind of miss a stronger bass line though. Yeah, it sounds interesting. I'm missing a stronger bass line to give it a bit more volume. It's not bad, but yeah, a bit strange. It's a magic attack so it bypasses defense. No, normally it's actually calculates regular defense and regular attack damage. Oh, the skeletons! Run away! These guys are undead, so you can heal them to death, or they are also weak to fire. Different enemies down here are weak to different things. The waveform enemies, also known as Kalkrothl, tend to be weak to lightning, and I don't know if anything is weak to fire down here. 990 monies! The fade out after fights is so weird how slow it is. Yep, I agree. At least the fade in has a funky animation. Lol, goodbye. I don't want to fight anything because I want to keep my cat at low level. It feels like you're going to a game over or ending screen. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. Wonder what level Shiva is. Could I Goblin Punch Shiva for an Ice Rod to use on Galura? Is that weird? Escaped. And the slow fade to black. I had enough time to correct myself there before the fade had actually concluded. Can I Goblin Punch you? You can Goblin Punch anyone you want, no one is stopping you. It's more about a... what level is Shiva kind of question, I guess. Because I don't know. Hey Pontocon, welcome, hope you're doing well. I'm soaked. Looks like we might be safe here for a while. What I will say, it was actually a lot more visually apparent than in the Steam iOS version, like the old one, that you were on the water just now and swimming through everything. She was level 11, at least in the original, and I have no reason to assume they would change that. Alright, thank you, Secret. Level 11 is quite a bit out of the way, though. If Goblin Punch doesn't do enough damage, just add more goblins. So many goblins. That's a lot of goblin friends. Yeah. Nice. Where do all of these goblins come from, if I might ask? Like, are these your own characters? You drew them. They look nice. They look really nice. The first one is a pixel art of the same character done by a friend. I mean, fair. Close enough. Save. Alright, moving on. I think you can see the stuff in the top left pop up. That's the emulator telling me that, hey, it's saved to a memory card. Yes, thank you. I don't think there's any blue magic we can learn around here. Where's the next blue magic that we can learn? I think the frog song is the next one we can learn. Hey guys. Goodbye guys. That took extra time. Your art doesn't generally translate well to this size because it's color pencil and the texture doesn't compress well. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. But I'm also just kind of mouse overing and see the actual, like, larger character emotes, and I like how they look overall. But the for chat format might not be the best suited. It works well enough. But I do like the full pictures. Yeah, I guess that would be more difficult to do on mobile. That's a fair point. Oh look, Lumber Beast. I really should pay more attention to these names. You know, I think Lumber Beast is actually a pretty fine name for these guys. Calling them undead husks seems always a bit weird based on their visuals, because they have the same model as the golem type enemies. Let's actually take a look as to what the other enemies are called around here. VTT. What is VTT? This number has got to be wrong. That's a crazy number. Prophetess, thank you so much for 116 months of support. That's crazy, dude. Excuse me. How do I say it? Anyways, it's crazy. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well today. I don't think dude is correct anymore. Although dude is usually neutral, the way I use it, but do that. Sure, why not? Anyways, I'm looking for whatever the poltergeist enemy is in here to just kind of get a... I want to know what they're called, just because I'm curious. VTT, it's a virtual tabletop. Roll20 and Foundry are the big clients for this. Ah, I see, thank you. For D&D, nice. Listen, normally this is the encounter you want to get. What the heck? Right, the running in this game is really strange. Because let me tell you, if you try to run from these encounters, they have no run resistance in the Super Nintendo version. You're guaranteed to run away before they can ever hit you. I don't know why that's not the case here, but it isn't. There we go. These are called Psycho Heads. And what else? Oh, I'm pressing one button, two different. Crystal Slugs, Psycho Head, and Skeleton. Or Crystal Slugs. Yeah, I don't think Crystal Slugs quite work, but Psycho Head, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah. I'm just gonna go with Death, because why not? I think that's fun. A fun vote anyways. I don't think Do Death is technically like an official English term, but I've heard a bunch of people use it, and I think it kind of sounds fun. Fun for a friend. Imagine being water elemental and being called a slug. I mean, what if you look like a slug? Maybe this just makes sense. Also, we did get whacked once, so I'm going to go into my menu. Use a tonic to heal up whatever damage we have taken, and I guess we are ready to go. Let me make sure you have a broadsword, you have a broadsword. Excellent. Now, it's entirely possible for Galuf and Lena to get one shot here. Because this boss coming up has a bunch of spells they can throw at us, and I think they deal more damage than Lena and Galuf has as maximum HP. So let's hope that doesn't happen. That's a lot of faces that took. Nice. I like how they look overall. Would he be... Are you often open for commissions? Because I'm kind of curious how your style would look like for Fussel or Grimer. Fussel is the channel mascot, by the way. In case anybody's curious. The little guy that occasionally pops in on the bottom left and says hello. This one in the chat too. Hello. This one. Thank you. You do have a backlog you need to clear out? I mean, that's fair. But in case you're interested sometime, I would be very curious as to what your style would look like on these. Slap. That slap sound is just so much louder than the background music. It's really weird. Anyways, the next boss we're gonna encounter here is Siren. She initially is in her humanoid form, has really high magic defense, and casts 3 spells. She has 0 physical defense, so Goblin Punch, even without being her level, by the way. She's level 2. This is why Glenna and Galuf are still at level 2. She casts Haste. That's fine. We didn't get hit, so bonus points. But she's going to transform into her next form much more quickly because of it. So Goblin Punch from Ferris is going to deal, what, 40 damage? Oh, 28. But from Lena and Galuf, she's going to take significantly more damage. 240 damage. That is a substantial amount. With the little dagger we do rather pitiful damage. But she has 900 HP. That is half of her HP just gone. And she didn't kill Galuf or Reyna, so we might just get there. Oh! No, never mind. There goes Galuf. Just gonna revive Galuf. And then we Goblin Punch you again. Because she has haste, she gets to basically go twice as fast as we do, so that's just how it is. I don't know if Galuf survives a physical hit. He might not. Then again, we should get another turn. So she now turns undead, which means that she has 0 magic defense and really high physical defense. But she also hits like a truck, but, well, she does just physical attacks. Arrow actually deals good damage now, whereas previously it would have dealt effectively 0. And Goblin Punch, I think, should still work really well. Yeah. And there she goes. Depending on which form you defeat Siren in, yes! In her undead form, she drops a bronze shield, which is more useful on average than the bronze armor that we get. Bronze armor we can't use because it's heavy armor, but bronze shields, they provide a 15% chance to just block physical attacks, which is nice. Yeah, I was mostly not sure whether Siren would still be level 2 in their undead form as well, which is why I was wondering whether it was still gonna work. Because some creatures, when they transform into different creatures, so to speak, they are actually different level depending on the form they take. Alrighty. That's that. Let's give the shields to you, why not? Now I think we need to get to level 6 and level 3 if I'm not mistaken, was it? Let me double check. Level 8 actually for Ferris and... But we need to stay at level 3 for Galuf and... But so basically we want to level up just a little bit, but not too much. Siren is level 2 in both forms, yes. As confirmed by Goblin Punch. Skeleton, you know what? Pretty good. I don't know what level these skeletons are. Let's see if Goblin Punch does any good here. He also only have like, what, 90 HP or 80? This is also just gonna knock out naturally. Alright, gain a little bit more experience. 9 experience for everybody. Does not level up Galuf or Lena. And one of the nice things is, because sometimes you may want to concentrate experience gain on just 1 or 2 characters, you want to knock out the other characters. And it turns out, that's kind of easy to accomplish when... Well, that's rude. Very rude. I don't like back attacks. It's kind of easy to accomplish knocking out your own characters when you have Goblin Punch. You know, Goblin Punch deals the same or 8 times damage ignoring defense, which is pretty massive usually, if you have the same level as your target. And if you punch yourself, you do in fact have the same level as your target, so... Goblin Punch knocks out your own character very quickly. Another one. I mean, we can just spam Goblin Punch, doesn't cost any MP. But we can confirm the skeleton is neither level 5 nor is it level 2. I don't know why I think that's still funny. With the long fade out, you just get used to a certain level of jank when you try to play all different versions of Final Fantasy V. This guy again. You know what? I'm lazy. Arrow. Arrow. This should knock him out. Actually, I'm pretty sure Reina and Ferris do the same damage with magic right now, because you don't gain any more damage each level in this game. You only gain damage every so often. Reina gains a level, Galuf gains a level. Alrighty, now these two need to take a nap. And then we just go a little bit of an extra grinding tour with Ferris and Butts. If you game over, just go, no! Maybe? I don't know, we might see that sometime. That would be funny. I mean, fine. You use gut punch on yourself. You go back around. You use gut punch on yourself. Bonk. Maybe I should have unequipped your weapon first. Too late. Yeah, we have 4 more arrow spell casts. Gut punch is not likely going to knock them out. I do wonder if the arrow is strong enough to knock down the entire group of enemies in the bigger encounter around here. Anyways, level 80 is not too far away, but... Oh, hey, we get another dirk. That's actually kind of nice, because now we can give this dirk, also known as a dagger in other versions, to Butts, which is just a much stronger weapon. So if I choose to use Goblin Punch, he at least punches for a lot more damage. In fact, I could get different swords as well. I could get different swords as well in the next city. They do have a good chunk of extra attack power too. First strike. I believe these guys have no magic defense, so multi-targeting arrow is just going to deal 50% damage to all of the enemies. Unfortunately, 50% is an attack multiplier rounded down, so instead of it dealing 30 damage, it is 20. Because, you know, the base damage was 60 at a single target. But it seems like we have an odd attack multiplier, so it just rounds down to 20 instead. But hey, still reasonably efficient, I guess. Alright. PSX and Fair-Skin are level, they're now level 6, 2 more to go. Now we could try Goblin Punching stuff again. See if anything is our level right now. I mean, it might be fun enough. Let's see. Lol. There we go. Alright. Oh, these are a bit sketch to take down like this. I think I'm single targeting arrow from these guys. Oh, wait, did Fairies gain an extra attack power level? She might have. Because they have like 100-ish HP? Yeah, that's enough. One single target and one multi-target. Now these Psycho Heads like to lick your characters and inflict the HP sap status, meaning that we continuously lose HP. It's like poison, but much faster and in increments of 1 damage at a time. Well, actually it might be more than 1 damage at a time, depending on version. Or severity. Well, actually, it's always the same severity, isn't it? Anyways. It appears this enemy here is not... level 6. Right, unless these things are level 6. They're not. I'm not sure I should fight them. I mean, I guess we can still take out one of them at a time with arrow spell cast from butts. That's fine. And that's fine. Alright, we're good. Of course, you can only single target Goblin Punch. Would actually be kind of funny if you could multi-target Goblin Punch. But it's just single target. Arrow on the other hand, we can multi-target. Go punch. And arrow. We have one more arrow spell cost. Alright, let's see. Skeletons are level 10. Carcurses are level 10. Undead husks are level 11. So we cannot goblin punch anything here. Shame. So I guess we're just gonna go outside, use a tent to recover our MP, and then come back, because we should be level 8 soon, unless I already am level 8 and I missed the level up message. 7 and 6. I guess Bloods did gain quite a bit more experience in that Moldwind encounter compared to Ferris. Our character upgrades unknown until you choose to upgrade. I actually don't know how you're supposed to play it, but I like to know what I upgrade into before I actually select the upgrade option. So personally, I like to just reveal all of the jobs once I arrive at the crystals, but then just upgrade into the next job that I happen to know about whenever, well, I want to. Like, that is kind of how you're supposed to play too. If you do play an upgrade run, you can upgrade your jobs once you have them unlocked at any point. But I like to know what they are before I do any upgrading to begin with, if that makes sense. Alrighty, we need more MP, so we're gonna use a tent here. We could have walked back to the other place and rested instead for free, but tents are not that expensive. And this is closer to where I wanna be in order to proceed into the next area anyways. Although I am mostly doing the grinding here, just because these crest slugs, or also known as carcursor enemies, the waveform thingies, they have a rare drop chance for an elixir, and elixirs are always nice to get. Correct. Arrow all of you. You go punch yourself. Arrow all of you. And go punch yourself. Yes! Still fun. Actually, I just realized I'm wrong. Your attack multiplier is not what gets halved if you multi-target with spells. Your spell's attack power is halved. That's what happens, not your multiplier. And our spell attack power, I think, is 15? I'm actually not sure about Arrow's spell attack power. But if it gets halved, that would be 7. Because 7.5 rounded down, because it always rounds down. on fractions in this game. I was really hoping to run into the bigger group of enemies sometime, but they just refuse to show up. I actually don't know how common they are, but I thought they were a common encounter. This one. First strike. Nice, I wasn't sure those card courses would go down. Oh well, Chris Lux. Okay. Oh, we're level 8. When did that happen? Okay, let's move on. Good thing I checked. I did not pay attention. We want to be level 8 for the next boss, so we just move on. We also want to buy new weapons for the next boss, for what it's worth, so we're gonna do that too. I think these Gatling enemies were level 8 I saw earlier, so... that's the thing. Also, these enemies are called Tattoo, you know. Like the thing you put in your skin, tattoo. Not a bad version of the song, I will say. We're gonna buy long swords. 2. Are we gonna get better weapons? No. We can just buy 4. 1 for everybody, it's fine, don't worry about it. Slightly high-pitched. You're rooting for Thief, just so you can move faster. Well, we have to learn the blue magic abilities before we upgrade to Thief afterwards. But, well, we'll see. Piano. Piano flex. What level do you get to learn? I don't know. Probably the first one. But I need to also get blue magic and learn, so... time to buy some sprint shoes and... alright. I am glad that this is not an accessory in this game. Because it feels kind of mandatory to use sprint shoes otherwise. They don't do a whole lot in combat, do they? Actually don't remember if they do much in Final Fantasy 6. Learning is the second one, you get check first. Oh, you get check first, interesting. What's the last ability you unlocked then? A different kind of check, I guess? Anyways, we pick up an ice rod. I don't think I'll need it for the next boss, probably. Unless I grossly miscalculated. But I will want to have an ice rod probably for Galura. Because I kind of predict that, sure, we can Goblet Punch Galura at level 3, but it's not gonna be nearly as reasonable to survive the counterattacks with low-level characters. Oh, you know what I just realized? The next ability we could learn is actually technically coming up. But I need an ether for it. Or an elixir to recover MP for an enemy. Then again, I will want to do this. I don't want. It's fine. We're just gonna get a flash laser in the steam ship. It's not like we need it beforehand. I guess it would technically be useful against Forza. Yeah, you do get blue magic as an ability very early on. It's actually kind of fascinating on how quickly you get to plaster blue magic spells on all of the other characters. So, frankly, getting blue mage early is amazing. Because even if we were to, let's say, get characters that have very low magic power, like a dancer, for example, which is possible with our chop set, putting exclamation mark blue magic onto a character so they can use blue magic gives them actually the same magic power as a blue mage. Blue mage don't have the highest magic power of the bunch. Also, by the way, these stones, they would cast flash, which is blue magic we can learn to try and blind enemies with. Blinding enemies is really good in this game because, unlike Final Fantasy 1 or 6, blind actually works to reduce enemy accuracy. Chest on the left contains a soft or a gold needle. Actually, I don't know what it's called in this version. I might just pick it up purely because of that. Oh right, I can't get a thief. Because this is a 750 run, which means we only get mage classes. Rock Cutter. No, that's supposed to be the slug. Translation team, please. Oh, it's called soft still, okay. I mean, again, I assume the translation team had absolutely no context or knowledge of mystical and mythical creatures when they were translating. They were just doing their best with what they were given. Probably. I don't really know the details of the translation, but I like to imagine that some guy that normally translates lawyer documents or legal stuff suddenly got the task to translate dialogue, and they had no idea how to do that stuff. This was before homogenization of Final Fantasy enemy names. Yes. Also ability names too, for that matter. A bunch of the enemies' names are more literal than you would expect, like Undead Husk. Could be Under the Rusk as well, right? The fan translation calls them Under the Rusk, the Game Boy Advanced version calls them Undead Husks, and here they are called Lumber Beast. And this is a Cockatower. A Cockator. Again, they had absolutely no idea what mythical creatures were, so they didn't know about cockatrices, which are creatures of mythological origin. Notably, this was also largely before the internet too, so you couldn't just look up phrases and words very easily, or at least that was not a widespread thing. Like nowadays you can just, oh, why didn't you just Google it? Google didn't exist. Like the internet was in its infancy at the time. Final Fantasy 4 had cockatrice in it. Final Fantasy 2 US specifically. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, I imagine just somebody completely unfamiliar with the subject matter had to translate everything here. Eventually I'm gonna get used to the buttons being basically inverted as to what I'm normally used to. Why do you know this default option when you're trying to save? It's so weird. A lot of games do that too, for some reason. Like, if it's saving over another slot, sure, I guess you can have no as the default option. That's fine. But if you're just saving new, I suppose then that would require an additional check and deviation from what the default is. I guess I understand. Alright. Let's see how this is gonna go. I didn't actually equip my weapons, but we should be fine. Final Fantasy 1. Well, Final Fantasy 1 had cockatrice because of character limits. Yes. This game also has rather severe character limitations. Anyways, this next boss here, she is called Magissa, or Magiza, or whatever she will be called here, we'll see. And she has 650 HP. Once she drops below 300 HP remaining, she is gonna call in her husband, Forza, which is basically a very powerful physical attacker that we would have trouble dealing with. However, if you knock her out from above 300 HP remaining to just nothing remaining, well, she doesn't get to do that. I, however, did forget to... Well, I don't know how much damage we do. Also, Ferris is poisoned here. Let's equip the longsword. And then I'm gonna wait until Magissa attacks. She's gonna throw us a level 1 spell here. Hopefully it doesn't hit Gallop or Lena. Okay, she actually survived for once. Got punch! So the other characters tend to be a bit slower, but that was 526 damage, just like that. The other characters tend to be a bit slower, which is why I was waiting before Magissa got her turn, so I would be able to move with the others before Magissa gets to run, because she's only gonna call in reinforcements once she is the only... Well, she's below 300 HP on her own turn. Unless you play the Pixar now, so then she just calls him in immediately, no waiting. But this is why we are level 8. Yes! And we leveled up and gained learning for the blue mage, which means we can slap learning on a character and we can then learn blue magic from enemies. Which, you know, is very handy when we are no longer going to be a blue mage. That is level 2 blue magic, so we need level 3 probably to get the next thing. So it's 70 more ability points total for that to be a thing. Also, Lena's poisoned, but that's okay. She doesn't actually die from poison on the overworld, and we'll want to heal up before anyways. My goodness, look at that mesmerizing visual effect. Jeez. Yeah. Lena's always poisoned. Better than always being frogged. Because frogs had some trouble dealing with enemies in the early game. But Final Fantasy 1's translators definitely owned the Dungeons & Dragons Monsters manual. Yes, almost certainly. Yeah, you beat the game without the mode mount. The game never forces one on you. Yeah, I'm never doing that again. Oh. Did you by chance spot where else you might have been able to pick up the map? Are there any other locations aside from the steamship that also has a chance for you to pick up the map? Thank you for sciencing for us, I appreciate it. Also, I think I'm gonna grab a coffee. This is a bit of a slow run. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, but the timer is only at 1:44 minutes because we restarted the run. So I'm gonna get up, stretch and walk around, and in the meantime, enjoy the music. I like this music, it's good. I'm really glad we switched emulator though for better music quality, because this actually sounds good. I like it, this sounds great. Break time. Oh dear. F11 apparently is full screen, which is my pause button. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Let's continue, shall we? Welcome back to Final Fantasy 5. I hope I remember to cut out this brick in the YouTube thing, otherwise I hope you advanced. Or maybe you just enjoyed vibing alongside the music, because why not? This guy here says, our water protects us from monsters. I thought he complained about not being able to find his glasses. I guess I was wrong. Anyways, he steals his glasses anyways. These glasses prevent you from being blinded. Ribbit, ribbit. This frog is a little bit less sure in this version about whether it's ribbiting or not. It's just dot dot dot, ribbit, dot dot dot, ribbit. Admittedly, that's more of a sound they would make, I guess. Just ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Anyways, we could buy armor upgrades here, but honestly, I don't really think it's necessary. This is a Kung Fu suit. Kung Fu suit? I think it's called like a training suit in the fan translation. And it's like a Kenpo G in the Game Advance version. Here we have weapons. This is a battle axe. I suppose axe without an E at the end is actually a way to spell that word as well, so that's just normal. Can't equip it, so we still have this best weapon anyways. And I suppose I don't really need anything aside from this, but what are we gonna do is we're going to briefly go in here. I did not mean to open up this menu. Wrong buttons. We're gonna go ahead and buy Maiden's Kiss. Yes, well, I suppose that's pretty accurate for what it's normally called. And specifically Maiden's Kiss because we're gonna get frogged. Oh. I'm going to get too much experience though, aren't I? If I defeat them. I suppose it only matters on Len and Galuf, so we can just briefly knock them out before we learn the ribbiting song. Is that a little chime? Hold up. Ding! I like it. Was it just a steamship from what you can find? Sorry, I didn't respond earlier about the map. But that's good to know, thank you. Alright, and the sound effect of that doesn't sound nearly as frazzled either, so that's nice. Oh no, danger music is playing. We have to go. We immediately need to leave in order to investigate the meteor quickly. And then the music just goes back to normal. Just like, oh, okay, we have time to experience and look at things. Ding. I don't know about you, but I've never actually noticed how detailed these curtains look. I don't know about you, but for some reason I kind of appreciate when you can see that something is in fact like cloth material type. Because this looks very visually nice for that, honestly. I have no idea why I noticed the curtains now of all times. Could have noticed them in every other run before that, but well, I didn't. If we go into the basement of this castle, we run into enemies called Garkumazra. Actually, I don't know what they're called in this version. We'll probably see them in the next castle later. But these things are very, very dangerous. They have way too much defense for us to take down anytime soon. Also, it's kind of rare to get encounters on this little patch here, but not impossible. And the scene fades to black. There's not really much of a reason for us to go and pick up the extra items from the castle is there, so we're just gonna skip out on that. We could go to the west in order to get like a healing staff, a samurai sword, a bell, but we don't need any of these. Anyways, what I'm looking for are frogs. These are not frogs. Because we can learn our next blue magic here. Again, we did technically miss one, quote-unquote. We could have gotten Flash earlier, but we're gonna get Flash sooner rather than later anyways. It'll be fun. Also, I don't think you can blind Galura anyways, which is where it would be most relevant. Silk Robe. Good magic defense. Blue mages notably can equip medium and light armor, so they are actually nice and hybrid in this. So I need to get into an encounter with frogs. I don't know which floor is best for that, so let's just see what's here. Actually, this is the floor with the Ricard mages as the common encounter. So let's see here maybe. Nope, that's definitely not it. Also, Wyvern and paddle through. I forgot about the paddle through, but the Wyvern. If you ever wondered where Almaga's channel logo comes from, this is where. The Wyvern. Wyvern. And paddle through. The paddle through. What this paddle through was probably supposed to say is "bas de seul," which is French for the soulless or something of that equivalent at least, or at least it's supposed to be. But that's actually how the French language works that way. That's anybody's guess. I don't actually know enough French for that. But of course, if you don't know what these words are supposed to mean, and you might not be necessarily familiar with French, you might not recognize this as a French word. There's actually a bunch of French words in this game, so... I guess the soulless kind of makes the most sense. Wyvern! These have a common style of a mithril dagger. Where are the frogs, though? I genuinely have no idea which floor has the most frogs, or has any frogs. One of these does. In French, bas de seul means not a single person, no soul person. It may be translated as step of a soul person. The latter translation would most likely imply a dance performed by oneself, a solo. Thank you for the correction. I figured soul would just be soul, but it doesn't have to be, I guess. So nobody's home, I guess, in that brain of theirs. So I think we need to defeat these elf toads. I think that's actually a reasonably accurate translation. And then there needs to be just one of these elf toads remaining at the end. I don't know how much HP they have. I don't know if arrow or goblin punch is stronger, but we're about to find out here. Anyways, we need Lena and Galaf to not gain any experience, because level 3 is what they need to be. So we knock them out again here. But yeah, I mean, in English as well, if you say there's no soul here, you kind of refer that this place is empty of people, rather than actually referring to the soul itself, so maybe that's related, who knows? I should know. Anyways, one elf toad down. And now we knock down the other one, I guess. I still didn't pay attention. I think Aero is stronger. But of course, I could also use Red Feast. Where is it? There is Red Feast. Costs 2 MP. Yummy. Heals me for half of my currently missing HP. So, now that the elf toad here is alone, he should have a 1 in 3 chance, I think, to sing us the song of his people. So we're just gonna wait here. Until we witness the song. Oh, but we also need to get hit by it. We do have a chance to resist it. There we go, Toad Song. Thank you. As a toad, you can no longer cast any spells, which, interesting enough, does include blue magic spells that you can no longer cast, and the Maiden's Kiss undoes the frog transformation. Or toad transformation, I guess. But now that we did get hit by it, we actually learned this as a blue magic for us. He told you so, yes. Thank you. He told me a story. And yes, we are indeed learning the ways of the frogs today. We learned Toad Song, which is notably quite useful against the upcoming boss, if you wanna go down that route. Speaking of down that route, where is my save point? Back here. Now we use a tent to revive Galef and Lena, and then we head up to the top. Item. Tent. Notably, these are in fact tents, not pyramids. The old Steam version, these things just look like pyramids with their graphics. Then again, considering that the other thing is called a cottage, maybe calling them a pyramid might not be even that far-fetched from the original intent? Who knows? Even in French, it's kind of nonsensical. Trans to not the alone, or step the alone. Thank you for confirming that. Yeah, I figured. Like a lot of things that are ostensibly supposed to be German, like... I always like to remember one game that has a lot of... like, it's created by Japanese people. And it's like a rather tricky platformer called Rosenkranz Freudenstachel, which means absolutely nothing. Like, it's... I guess Rosenkranz translates into a rose... not bouquet. It's more like a rose wreath, I think is the English word. It's like rose wreath and happy stinger. The first part, I guess, makes somewhat sense, but the happy stinger part is just weird. Anyways, we're gonna equip Arena or Galef with as good of equipment as we possibly have, which is not much, but better than before, so they might survive a bit more. Soul is ame, or though. Very different word. Thank you, Masya. Appreciate learning about etymology and corrections about words, because, again, my French has been my failing grade since, more or less, like, I started learning French in school 6th grade, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Then one school of, I guess, kind of the equivalent of high school, which I failed to continue because I had a failing grade in French, and there was no redos for where I came from. And then I continued having French in my apprenticeship for the first 2 years of my 4-year IT engineering school. And at best, I was just about sufficient in French. So, yeah. Wait, what was that again? You recognize Rosencrantz from Shakespeare in Hamlet. Let me write it. Rosencrantz Freudenstachel. I actually don't remember if this is exactly how you spell it, but that's how I would spell it from memory. And Guildenstjerne, Gillestjerne, Golden Star were names of Scandinavian noble families of the 16th centuries. I mean, maybe it's just a weird word. I think it's just a weird word. Anyways, welcome to Galura. Sorry, I thought I was in the cutscene. I meant to say the cutscene, but I was still sitting in the menu. Even my brain is slow when playing this version. Fun fact, Galuf would probably be already the last crystal in a normal run. Galuf? Almagus. Anyways, this is Garula. The L and R are interchangeable where you place them. You can name him Galula, Garuda, Garula, Galura. Any of these are probably fine. Because again, it's not actually obvious as to which one is where. Anyways, we have Toad Song. This guy is susceptible to being a frog. Oh, nice. Then, of course, he is level 3. So this means Goblin Punch with a level 3 Lena and a level 3 Galuf is actually going to be decently strong. So, normally, the difficulty against this boss coming up here, or this boss here, is that he hits really hard. And, well, once you drop him below 800 HP remaining, which we just did, he will counterattack up to 2 times, but one of his counterattacks just doesn't work if he is a toad. Oh, he missed his Toad Song. That's a shame. Toads, by the way, also have 0 physical defense and offense. Well, it's not true, it's 3 offense. But because he is a toad, the only thing Garula can actually do, it can try to cast Toad on itself on its own turn. Oh, actually, Charge still works. Okay, Charge inflicts HP sap on us, which does actually a substantial amount of damage over a short amount of time. Anyways, he has 1200 HP, and the poor guy just doesn't really get to do much. Because frogs don't really have good offenses at all. Anyways, he tried to cast Toad on himself, but he resisted his own Toad spell, so he didn't actually transform back to the normal form. Anyways, this is an easy way to take this thing down. We could also have just used the Ice Rod to deal like 800, 900 damage in one hit to bypass his counterattack phase as well, but I mean, this was more fun that way. It's very funny to Google this and come across the discussion of the nonsense of that set of words. I actually never done that before. I just always found that like weird game title to be kind of amusing. Plus, I think it was like a rather difficult precision platformer of the era that I actually enjoyed playing through, so I didn't really think much more of it. Since Blue Mage already marks this run for quote-unquote easily done, what is your wish for the other jobs? This is gonna be a mage playthrough because it's 750. What did that say? I read that as spider, but surely that's not spider. Berserker. Oh, it's a sorcerer, right. This version calls the Mystic Knight sorcerers, which honestly is a I guess an okay name for them. Usually when you think of sorcerers nowadays in D&D, sorcerers are just straight up spellcasters rather than, you know, physical attackers with magic enhancements. But I guess it was actually a fine description at the time. Thank you, Nike. Anyways, what are my wishes for other jobs? Yeah, Blue Mage. So this is an upgrade run, which means we have to transform all of our characters into the next job that we are going to upgrade into. Once I choose to upgrade, that is. I can freely choose when I want to upgrade my characters, but once we transform into the next character set, we will no longer be able to transform back to the previous jobs. And it's a bit of a shame in a sense that I think Blue Mage might be the only mage class that can equip a shield, unless I'm forgetting something. So Blue Mage would have been kind of my preference as the last job in the chain, so we would be able to use shields. But alas, I don't think that's gonna happen. What are my other hopes for jobs? I think Time Mage complements Blue Mage really well, because it is a much more support-oriented leaning class, and haste and slow buffs and debuffs are just incredibly good. We cannot get a Beastmaster, which is usually a good fit for this. Also, bye Hydra. Until next time I play this version and call you Hydra again. Aside from that, I think Time Mage would just be fun to have. I like Time Mage. Thank you, Hydra. You've had 3 Beastmaster runs back to back, you're gonna lurk in chat and cry internally for a bit. Can always job fair to randomly reroll if you'd like to. But, well, I hope you at least can make good use of your Beastmaster. Alright, so let's reveal what we could upgrade into once I choose to do so. Again, this is not a standard Fiesta, this is an upgrade run, so whenever I choose to, I will be able to upgrade into the next job as soon as I am satisfied with what we have. And for this, we just want to learn blue magic on everybody. That's going to be just the baseline. So there's not really a whole lot else to say about that. But what is... Did I close it already? My goodness, Yaga. You need the website open to check. Drumroll. The translation is so jarring. Only if you read things. I keep forgetting to read. Alrighty, our next job that we will get... Really? Okay. I'm not complaining. It happens to be... Time Mage. How nice. Now, Time Mage is one of those classes which, if we actually want to use the full arsenal of time magic spells, we will be Time Mages for a long time. Because you do need a lot of ability points in order to reach the highest level of Time Mage capability. You finally guessed it right. Oh wow, I finally guessed it right, I guess. Well, Time Mage is nice. So one of the weird quirks of Time Mage is that its last ability that you can unlock is Equip Rods, which funnily enough isn't just equip rods, but it also equips staves. Which means if we were to, let's say, have a summoner as our last job, we could equip a rod in order to equip, like, staves this version, if we chose to do so. Alternatively, if we roll like a Geomancer at the end, we would still be able to equip the Wonder Wand in order to berserk enemies or cast Shell or something like that. Have to do the trench now? For Meteor? Maybe. Well, the funny thing I would say is that Time Mage is good, even at just level 1 or 2 magic ability. Because it's very, very, very competent, I would argue. With exactly 2 spells, haste and slow. Reminds me, I could have gone to the previous city and actually picked up the haste and slow spells. I don't know if they sell that one in Karnak over here. Yeah. The thing is, Meteor is great single target damage, so it is going to be nice for phase 1 of X-Death. But phase 2, it's not gonna be particularly great. The transitions are so slow. Might that be a sex version? Because we have done 1 run of every version so far. I started with Super Nintendo, then Game Boy Advance, then Pixel Remaster, then the old iOS Steam version, and then we're in the PlayStation version. Just 1 run of every flavor, because I don't know, I felt like it. I was actually originally considering, let's go and fill up our bestiary, the PlayStation version. These guys are called Wild Dogs. You know, that's fair. I was gonna just try and take a look at every single enemy name in the entire game, but I mean, it's very slow, so I don't... We'll see how I feel about that later in the game, I guess. So here we have Landwort. I guess. It's as good of a name as Aegir. Or Aegil. Or Aegir. You know, the fan translation calls them Aegir. A-E-G-I-R. But I think it probably was supposed to be like aging. Like it ages your character because that's what they do, huh? Do we need any weapons? I highly doubt we can buy more than 1 in this version, but who knows? Yeah, we can buy 1. Freeze! This was the version you played when you were little. You also knew nothing about mystic creatures, so you had no idea how weird the translation was. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I imagine that's a lot of things, right? If I'm not mistaken, the English translation for Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals, is equally questionable in terms of translating all sorts of mystical creatures the wrong way. In German, we actually had, I think, really good enemy name and descriptions overall, so I never actually knew on how questionable the English translation was. But they also had stuff like Gorem, because they didn't know what a golem was. And again, L and R are effectively interchangeable in Japanese to English translation, unless you know what a word stands for or is supposed to say. Let me actually read the official upgrade restriction. Let's see, upgrade jobs. The official for Job Fiesta says, upgrade jobs. All 4 characters must use job 1. At any point in the game, including never, you may unlock your next job. Once you do, you may no longer use previous jobs. All 4 characters must be the latest unlocked job. Any learned abilities may be used, but you may not use previous jobs once the new one is unlocked. Yeah. And I personally just prefer to play it in a way where I'm not just blindly upgrading into the next thing, because I think that is more interesting to me. And in the end, playing the Job Fiesta, it's supposed to be a challenge, but it's also supposed to be a bit more, you know, freeform, if you will. So it's alright. Where's my... There it is. Okay, sorry, I was just looking for the YouTube chat, because it's just buried underneath things. I was also trying to set up like a combined chat in the thingy I normally use, and I was supposed to switch over from, what is it, Streamlabs over to whichever one, the other one is actually supposed to be better a while ago, and I just never did that. And apparently it's just a upgraded members feature if you want to combine the chats in that thing. So I might just look for a different solution. Fire! Whoa. I like the little dings. Whoa! There's absolutely no reason or purpose to interacting with the fire aside from, I don't know, I just love the goofy looks of the characters, it's great. Whee! Whoa! Werewolf! Alrighty, let's get back into the city and actually finally buy, I guess, decent equipment? How much money do we have? Probably not that much, huh? Because we didn't really do any grinding at all. Sell the stuff, we don't need that. Sell the dirks. We don't need those anymore. I guess... Ether, what's the thing I would need it for? Float? We actually won't need float. Whip, we can't get a Beastmaster anyway, so we can sell it. Broadsword, sell it, they are outdated weapons. Mithril helmet. Next boss is, by the way, level 19. I'm not gonna go to level 19, that's a bit far, but maybe. Let's see, what level are the Gygas enemies coming up? Because that could be an interesting golem punch target. Gygas are also level 19. I'll scratch that, I guess. We will never be able to equip a Mithril helmet, I don't think. Unless for some reason Dragoon counts as a magic class. So we could buy Mithril swords here for stronger goblin punches. We can equip these, but I don't really feel like it, so I think I'm gonna just go with Mithril daggers and just knock over a bunch of wolves to gain a few extra levels here. We don't need many, but it would be nice to get a few. In fact, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna buy 2 more fire rods that we're gonna briefly break, and then we start knocking over the wolves with dagger attacks. Hopefully we will just gain just about enough levels. So this is where you normally, in your casual playthrough, if you need a little of grinding, this forest here is fantastic for it, because you're guaranteed to get into an encounter with 5 wolves, and they're weak to fire, and don't even have that much HP, so they're relatively easy to farm with some form of area of effect attacks, or even just attacking them with knives. I'm going to go ahead and equip the ice rod, we'll break it here. Breaking an elemental rod casts a level 3 spell of the equivalent thing, and it is absurdly strong. To put it into perspective, a level 1 elemental magic spell has 15 attack power, level 2 is... I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Anyways, level 3 is 185 attack power. It's like 13 times the attack power, which is insane. These wolves here give 625 gold, if I'm not mistaken, which is a really, really nice amount of money for not a whole lot of effort. And they are also decent experience. The experience is not great, but good enough to just, you know, get us a few extra levels to work with. We will want to aim to be level 10 or 15, depending, for the library, so we can pick up level 5 Doom on some of the characters. Since we already divided the characters' levels anyways, getting only half of our party affected by level 5 Doom is going to be relatively easy. Hey, this is so close as to the OG game the English-speaking work got without resorting to piracy / dumping a Super Famicom card you happen to own using a translation patch. And yes, I mean, if you wanted an official translation, this is the only one you had for a long time. Well, maybe not that long, because I guess the Game Boy Advance version didn't take that much longer. But there's a reason why I personally tend to call the Game Boy Advance version like the definitive version of the game. It has all the nice little quality of life features and upgrades, as well as refinements, and the extra dungeon too. By the way, breaking elemental rods. Buying an elemental rod costs me 750 gold, which means I do functionally lose a little bit of money every time I do break a rod. But it's also a lot faster than just trying to whack these wolves one by one. Which, well, we're gonna do now that both Rena and Galef have just a little bit more attack power. I tend to buy Mithril Knives for two reasons. One, they are a lot cheaper than the swords, and two, on average, they don't deal much less damage than a sword, and ideally, depending on your agility and level values, they can actually deal more damage than the Mithril swords. Just not for Goblin Punch, that's a different calculation for damage, but for whatever reason, for daggers, there's a bit of a broken damage formula going on, where sometimes you get +1 to your attack multiplier, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you level up with the character, and you lose your attack multiplier, meaning that you level up from level 9 to 10, and suddenly your character deals less damage with the dagger than it did before. It's a bit goofy. But hey, think of it more as a, if you get it, it's a nice bonus. If you don't get it, that's how it's probably supposed to be. I suppose that doesn't really make it any better if you lose damage after leveling up, huh? Anyways, these things have 96 HP, and it looks like we just about might deal enough damage to knock them out in one hit. In fact, I don't think this is going to be reliable to knock them. Yep, Lena does not have enough attack power. So we need to double up whatever Lena is attacking with Galef here. I think our damage rolls are 92, 94, 96, and 100? Wait, 100 didn't make sense. Does it make sense? Maybe it makes sense. Anyways. It's not much lower than just breaking rods, and, well, we don't spend any extra money, and we gain a ton of money. Oh, also we had question mark as our blue magic spell. I actually forgot we would get this here. Genuinely just didn't even realize. But that's a blue magic spell that deals damage equivalent to your currently missing health. It's also a chance to hit spell, so it might not be entirely reliable. But technically you could have a character in low HP just goblin punching enemies. I attacked the wrong guy. And not goblin punching, you could have a character at low HP just question mark attacking in order to deal damage to however much HP they're missing. If you hit. I do wonder whether right now Lena would deal more damage with that attack than she would otherwise do. I don't think it costs any MP either. It's kind of a bit like Goblin Punch in that sense. Oh, never mind, it does cost 3 MP, I'm wrong. Also, those are strange looking question marks. Let's see. 45. Yeah, no. Attacking is still better. Plus, it's also a much quicker animation. So, what are we looking for? We're looking to buy 2 ice rods. Actually, can I do something more fun against Liquid Flame with blue mages? I don't think so. I don't think Liquid Flame has any fun things to abuse. So blue mage. Oh. Fantastic. But's now just leveled up and he deals less damage. He deals the same damage as Lena. Yeah. I suppose technically, in that damage threshold, Mithril swords might be better, because they might just reliably one-shot the wolves here, but we just need like 1 or 2 more levels to close the gap anyway, so it's probably fine. Alrighty, so we want maybe 2, maybe 1 ice rods for Liquid Flame. Then we want to get the mangoes. Do we want the ribbon? I guess if we end up getting Dancer as the last class, it would be nice to have ribbons on all characters. So sure, we're gonna grab a ribbon. So we grab the ribbon, we grab... Do we want Azurna? Not really. We can get Azurna later if we end up getting white mages. And yes, he does less after leveling up because daggers are weird. Oh, and Lena also now does less damage, so we just have to double up on these spells with characters now. Okay, that's just enough damage. So we might as well wait with butts before attacking, because, well, them dealing damage equivalent to their missing health would otherwise mean that I deal 78 damage or 72 damage to this guy, and he would just retaliate in kind. Which of course would be less than ideal. So what would I like to buy? I'd like to buy a bunch of things, but we can also do this after the next section. I did not mean to go here, it's fine. We don't need a whole lot of things. Let's see, we need ice rods. Honestly, aside from ice rods, we don't need anything for now, so maybe we just buy as many ice rods as we can afford and then just move on to the steamship. Because it doesn't matter what elemental rods we use afterwards either. 6 it is, that's fine. I'd like to also be able to afford mithril shields, but we also don't need them for now. Plus, I plan on picking up Eroga, or Era it is called, excuse me. Era will be an upgraded wind spell, and I think it should be able to one-shot a wolf encounter. I'm pretty sure Era does not get even close to knocking out the wolves efficiently, because they do have a bit of magic defense. It's not much, but enough to reduce the damage taken by spells that they're not weak to, which is only fire. And I guess I'm just picking up a bunch of things for money. You know, I've gotten better at enunciating words over the years, but sometimes when I'm not careful, that still happens. Actually, it happens way more often than I would like it to. Let's be real. I am mildly curious whether we get full experience from enemies, but we're gonna defeat some enemies. Cool dust. Yeah. Yes, sure, these are cool dust. You know, I would say arguably, calling them cool dust is a lot less horrifying than calling them crew dust, because crew dust implies that these used to be crew members and now they were turned to ashes in a terrible burning accident, and they are just haunting this place now in ash form as ghosts. And cool dust? I suppose that's fine. Back attack? Rude. So when you get into a back attack, your front and back rows are flipped. So right now, we are in the back row, so we actually only took half of the physical damage that they would have otherwise dished out. This also reminds me, I do want to defeat one cool dust, but preferably exactly one. AKA, I need an encounter with just one of these guys, because they will be able to teach me a blue mage ability called Flash. Oh no, I do not want to battle these guys. Also, defeaters are still called defeater. Whatever that means. If you defeat the last in combat, they will summon 2 mortar trap enemies, and then you lose all of the experience from the previous part of the encounter, where you might have defeated a lot of other enemies first. Because that's what happens on the Super Nintendo Game Boy Advance version. Probably in this version too, although I'm not sure. Anyways, in this room here, I'm pretty sure there's a singular cool dust encounter that I would like to get. Should be reasonably common. I guess we could knock out the quad encounter here too, so sure. I don't know how much HP they have, but surely they go down. Oh, wait, are they weak to wind? I actually didn't know that. I had no idea these things were weak to wind. Yep, they're weak to wind. They take double damage and we ignore their magic resistance. So, the thing is, we actually want to specifically have only one of these guys remaining in combat, because if there's only one cool dust remaining in the encounter, they will frequently use Flash. Slip is not what I'm looking for. We're just gonna wait here until we get Flash. If somebody gets knocked out, it's okay, don't worry too much about it. Also, Butsa's HP is going towards 0. There we go, we just learned Flash. You can still Goblin Punch without missing though, so we're fine. So Flash is not terribly accurate. In fact, I would say it's terribly inaccurate. It only has like, I think a 60% baseline chance to hit. And then if the enemy has some bit of magic evasion or higher level than you, then landing Flash is not particularly common. But still, it is one way of how we can blind enemies, which is an incredibly powerful status effect. At least against enemies that do physical attacks. So I still like to have it as an option and throw it out once in a while against enemies like Necrophobe or the final portion in Neo X-Death Battle. Stuff like that. And there's Poltergeist. I mean, that's pretty accurate, I would say. Just the characters squished a bit different than before. Poltergeist, they do have a high potion as a common steal. Or whatever they're called in this version, high tonic. High potions heal for 500 HP, which is dramatically more than anything else you have access to at this point, outside of elixirs, I guess. So it's pretty good. We cannot get Thieves, so there's no reason for me to go and pick up the Thieves Glove. However, we can go and corrupt the Green Beret over here, which is +1 strength and +1 agility for one character. It's medium armor, so blue mages can equip it. However, most other mage job classes I think will not be able to. Dancer probably being the one exception, because that is considered a mage class in the, for the purposes of the randomized class selection, that is. There we go. You don't get a green berry as a buyable item for a while, so I like to occasionally pick this one up. Who should we give it to? Let's give it to Ferris. Because +1 agility, or speed it's called in this version, is actually quite nice. And Ferris is our fastest character in the game, so +1 speed might give her the ability to attack before certain other enemies go, depending on the speed stat. 30 tends to be like the speed stat exactly, where a lot of enemies in the early game commonly hover around that. So if you're above 30, well, we have 29. If you're above 30, you might actually be able to just go slightly before most enemies, which makes it a lot easier to deal with them. Then there's a boomerang over here. It's called like Moon Ring or Moon something. Moon Ring. Yeah, Moon Ring. The Moon Ring. Just on the left contains a thief's glove, which is an accessory for the thief. It gives you, well, it doubles your chance to steal from enemies, which is very nice. I did not buy any more tents, did I? Need to go and do that afterwards. The transparency effect on this save point here is actually a bit different than the Super Nintendo version. I think your character just covers it in the other versions, but here our character is visibly behind, like the, I guess, circle, if you will. It's interesting. Anyways. Save. Always save. Because stuff can always go wrong. Slap 1. Really wish that animation still looks the same. You vaguely remember each character having different color tints too. They do? I need to check that. Next time I use a tent, we should put somebody else into the front row. Because I have to admit, I don't remember that part at all. Let's test. Well, once we get to a save point while we have a tent, actually. Which I have no tents and there's no more save points for a little bit. Alrighty, and we're arriving at the next boss. So, notably, this is Liquid Flame. It has 3 different forms. Its humanoid form and tornado form are weak to ice. The hand form is immune to ice. It also heals from fire damage for what it's worth. And it is decently strong. 3000 HP, and loves to hit your entire team or single targets for a lot of damage, potentially. So, it uses Blaze. This is 25% of our maximum HP just gone. fun enough, because we are relatively low level, that is arguably one of the less damaging things it can do. And we're just gonna use our ability to break rods. We could definitely defeat this thing without breaking rods, which, you know, if you want to challenge yourself, you can do that. Whenever you hit the humanoid form as well as, well, any form really, with any damage, it will counterattack with something, in this case Blaze again, and then it will just transform into one of the other forms. This is Tornado. All the Tornado form would ever do is, well, heal itself via casting Fire on itself. Or Fire 2, depending on translation. But, well, Ice Rods are just that strong. If it turned into the hand form, I would need to just punch the hand form in order to make it transform into a different form. But hey, it's fine. Depending on which form you defeat, you also get different rewards. In this case, we get a Fire Bow, which is arguably the best one of the bunch. Because even if you would like to have more Fire Rods, which is what one of the other forms drops, you can actually sell the Fire Bow and buy more rods than otherwise you would have the amount available. Because the bow sells for like 1,250 gold, I think. Alrighty, now we're immediately going to move our cactus into the back row, so let's see how this escape sequence is gonna go with the slow speed. Because this could be a bit of a walk. I like how the werewolf just makes his own door on the right side. Pretty clever. Also, as is tradition in RPGs like that, we just watch a character slowly walk across the entire screen and eventually reach a lever that they definitely shouldn't pull, and our characters are just staring at the guy doing nothing in the meantime. Admittedly, it's not as egregious in like this kind of game, where it's more understandable, because we were literally just trying to figure out what the heck is this werewolf about, and we do know these guards in the uniform over there. But it's kind of one of my pet peeves in various other RPGs, where your characters in the cutscene just watch somebody do something and then slowly go, "Darn, they got away. Oh well, we have to get them later," or something of that equivalent. Whee. You hate when you win in the battle and then lose the cutscene. Yeah, that's another one that is just a feel-bad moment. I agree. Another one, I guess, is when a game makes you, like, it's a forced loss against a certain enemy just to, like, impress on you on how strong he was. But you're actually winning, and then the game just doesn't know how to proceed when, well, you were actually relatively easily beating that guy, but now you're supposed to lose. That's a bit of a weird one. One game that actually does it really well in that respect is Bravely Default 2, where, let's just say, early on you may encounter something that is a bit too strong for you, supposed to run away, but if you do actually defeat him, the game just goes, well, this is not how the story goes and we can't really proceed here, but congratulations, good job. Like, the developers acknowledge it, and then you get, well, the little message saying, well, the story doesn't really continue like this, so please do run away. Like, it's basically the developers acknowledging, okay, you went through the effort of grinding to an absurdly high level and maybe did some crazy shenanigans to win anyways, but we can't really let you win because it's not within our budget constraints to figure out, like, branching story paths like this. Like, I think that is perfectly reasonable. Also, oh boy. If we just shoot at this guy with arrow, this might knock him out. It's really difficult to run away from encounters in this place. And I'm pretty sure single targeting the sergeant is better than hitting the Karnak enemies here. We could break a rod to defeat them here, but if you either defeat the sergeant or the wolves, the other characters will run away when one of the other is defeated. So they should just run away now. You love that the Tales of Hearts actually gives you a battle like that that actually changes if you win or not. That's nice. You always assumed they would just went, "You're exhausted, what the hell is that guy doing?" during that scene when they don't have the energy to intervene. In this cutscene, it's mostly just reminded me of those situations. I think this cutscene is fine. Like, it's just like, yeah, what is he doing? Because it's not like our characters have any good ideas to what is happening in this place to begin with. Anyways, sorcerers. We're just gonna break an ice rod over their head and move on. They can confuse our characters, which is very annoying, so I'd rather them not do that. Is a 12-minute time limit in Karnak and Escape debuff? It's 10 in this one. It's the same as usual. It seems like the time stops generously whenever the game is loading, so I think it's about the same timer as the Super Nintendo version. The music is still the same short loop though. If you beat Lahar in this Gaia 2 without Rosalind, you get a bad ending because he destroys the world out of anger. Likewise, if you beat Etna, you get a bad ending because Adele becomes a demon lord. You love that. It's kind of fun, these things, when they were like accounted for. It's just not so fun when you're clearly just beating these bosses behind, and then after 2 minutes the game decides, no, this guy's too strong, we have to run away. Anyways, we find a Gygas enemy here. This thing has, what, 500... wait, no. 850 HP? This guy is strong, like, no joke. And he frequently counterattacks with arrow whenever he takes any damage. He also heals from arrow, so we don't actually want to use arrow on him. Lena's slower than the other two. That's interesting. Plus, these guys are level 19, so Goblin Punch is basically just so we deal guaranteed damage to him. Anyways, what I'm actually looking for in this encounter is I want him to cast Arrow 2, there we go. That will just knock out butts. That's fine. Not ideal, but, you know, that's exactly what I expected to happen, to be completely frank. Because he is strong. He can do that. So that is 3 Goblin Punches on him. I need to equip the Mithril Knife so we deal decent damage. It's not great damage, but I don't want to break another rod because we need the rods later. Do we? I guess we're fine. Yes! And we learned Arrow 2! Now we actually have a good offensive magic spell with the Blue Mage, because Arrow 2 is gonna be more or less our, like, bread and butter elemental spell. And we also get the Elf Cloak, or Elf Cape, depending on translation. The Elf Cape gives us +1 magic power, +1 agility, +1 agility, +1 magic power, and gives us a 1 in 3 chance to block physical attacks entirely, which in my opinion is great. Also, I probably should heal. I didn't want to go through the slow menus, but we're a little bit low on HP, so I think this is the reasonable thing to do. So most of the chests I'm skipping here, by the way, contain elixirs. They would be nice to have, but we don't really have a good way to deal with a lot of the enemies inside the chests. Well, I guess now that we have Era, level 2 air spells, we do have a decent way to deal with almost everything except for the Gygas enemies, which, you know, they are, in fact, just absorbing wind damage as healing. So I suppose what I could do is single target the other guys first, and then use an ice rod on this guy. Or we just get lucky and get the rare chance of having just a single Gygas encounter, so we can single target the ice rod instead. That also works. Alright, we gained a few levels. Oh, nice. So in here, in this chest, we get, after the battle concludes, a hunting knife, it's called in this one. Okay. It's basically an offhand dagger that you use for parrying. It's a parry kind of dagger. Ma gauche, which is French for left hand. But yeah, I'm skipping most of these chests, just because I don't think we have necessarily a good way to deal with everything, and if I feel like it, I can still go inside after this mandatory battle here. But I think we're gonna be fine. Blue Mage is gonna carry us for a long time anyways. So, notably, when you want to have an easy battle here, you actually don't want to knock out the wolves. You want to specifically only deal damage to the sergeant after knocking out, let's say, 2 of the wolves. However, in this scenario here, I in fact want the sergeant to transform. I think he has 1000 HP, is it? So I should be able to deal... I actually don't remember how much HP he has, but he definitely has more. You're no sergeant, show us your true form. Dwahaha, I am the bounty hunter, Ironclaw. Morph. I'd like to say that this guy does not look particularly menacing, but he does have blue magic that he would like to learn. And that blue magic is called not critical. I'm gonna just wait until you use it, dude. Doom Claw in this version. Doom Claw both paralyzes you and puts you to critical HP in one move, which is incredibly powerful if it works. However, this ability only works against enemies that are not flagged as heavy in the code. Heavy being generally a flag that is given to most bosses, but notably not all of them, so we will be able to use it. We also get silver glasses. Why? What do we get silver glasses from? He looked less goofy in disguise. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, like the 6 pointy needles on the side of the guy look like they would hurt if you get hit by them. But it's just being basically a face with claws on the side. Makes you wonder on how mobile this thing really is to try and hunt you down. Alrighty, we get the next job crystal. We can technically unlock the next crystal, but this is an upgrade run, so only once I decide to fully upgrade to the next job with all the characters, I will need to worry about actually, you know, using the next jobs. So this is kind of a variant of the 4 job fiesta, where over the course of the entire fiesta, I have access to 4 jobs, but we will always have to be in the same job with all characters, and once I do transform, I can no longer transform back with the characters in order to learn new abilities. So we actually want to learn the blue mage abilities before that happens. So, alrighty, of course I closed the 4 job fiesta website again, because I'm just I just have a habit of always closing tabs I don't need anymore, even if I still need them. Anyways, we unlocked the fire job, and we are going to be... okay. Our third one is going to be Geomancer. That might be just a quick stop between Time Mage and whatever the last thing is, but occasionally Gaia spells are nice. So it is not entirely without merit, but it is notably a character that cannot equip rods, so that actually might lend more weight to... how to put it? This might lend more weight to us learning the equip rod ability on a time mage, as weird as that might seem. At least it seems weird to me. Anyways, we can get Demi. This is a time magic spell that reduces enemies' current HP by half. Once again, most time magic spells of that sort, or well, percentage-based damage on enemies, only works if the enemies are not flagged as heavy in the code. Again, most bosses are heavy and a lot of, like, big enemies are heavy. But again, notably, not all of them. What style of run is this called again? So this is a Typhoon run, which means the job crystal selection is always from all of the job crystals that we currently have available. So wind from wind cloud, wind and water from water, wind, water and fire from fire, wind, water, fire, earth, and the other one from earth. And this is an upgrade run, so there's basically like an additional challenge added to it where we upgrade from one job to the next. However, I can decide when I do that upgrade. So, stop spell stops an enemy from doing anything for about 2 turns. For player character, this freezes your ATB, the action bar in the bottom right. I think for enemies it might reset it, but I'm really not sure about that. Anyways, occasionally useful. Haste, on the other hand, this is insane. Haste is, without a shadow of a doubt, the strongest status effect in the entire game. Literally doubling your character's turn order is giving you twice the amount of actions, often going multiple times for one enemy action, especially if you slow them too, which is the strongest debuff in the game. Mute is a weird spell. This is not the white mage spell Mute, where you just single target, mute a single enemy. This is time mage Mute. You mute the battlefield. And what this means is that nobody can cast any spells anymore. Well, nobody can cast any white, black, or time magic spells anymore, to be specific. And regeneration is just regeneration. It's a very weak buff in this game, where you just occasionally get healed for a little bit of HP. I like regeneration, it's just not particularly good in this game. Mute bypasses silence immunity too. Yes. The thing is, whether you can mute a battlefield or not is dependent on the specific enemy encounter you're in. And unfortunately, for most bosses, that just means you can't use it. Like, it just straight up doesn't work. Which is a bit of a shame. Alright, we're gonna buy... just 2 ice rods are gonna be enough. Next up, we're gonna go ahead and I'd like to have shields for everybody. Shields, or mythical shields in particular, these have a 25% chance to block incoming physical damage. On top of giving a little bit of extra defense too. They are really, really good, and being able to equip shields is a fantastic ability. Unfortunately for me, I'm pretty sure of the mage set that we're going to get, Blue Mage is the literal only class that can equip shields, so I need to enjoy it while it lasts. It's the same on the physical side of Fork Tower. Is it? Actually, wasn't sure. You can quick slip with this setup. Can we? Oh yeah, we can, you're right. But that's only if I go all the way on time magic. By the way, technically, if I really wanted to, I could just beat the entire game with just blue mages. That is entirely within reason. Like, that is allowed if you choose to do that with an upgrade run. If you feel like your current job selection is just perfectly strong enough, you can just not choose to not upgrade. But I think it's more fun if we do end up going through the entire chain. Maybe not if the last job is a berserker. Then we might not do that. Arrange. also known as sort. We cannot manually arrange. Actually, it's not true. We can manually arrange by using the use button. Isn't that a bit weird? Maybe a little. Anyways. Giant drink is pretty accurate, I guess. Blue challenge is a real thing, it's funny. Blue mages are just good, like really, really good. Blue mages have absolutely no trouble clearing the entire game. But one of the reasons why I don't do the natural modifier, so instead of upgrade, we could have natural as a modifier for our Job Fiesta. Natural effectively means that the characters just are locked into their jobs. So whichever job you get from wind, that is going to be Butts' job. Whichever job you get from water, that's going to be Lena's job. And then fire for fairies and earth for... Oh, I need to check the tents with different characters in the front. Let me actually just rearrange the party real quick, just so we see maybe different color tents. And, excuse me, I need to just check the menu again. What level are we? 10! Perfect! Maybe it would be nice if we didn't have everybody at level 10. I guess Fairies is gonna survive. It's fine. You cannot throw a trash can like you can in Final Fantasy IV. I suppose that is very accurate. Then again, there's no trash can item to try and throw in this version. Actually, is there? Is there a trash can in this? Hold up, there might be a trash can in this, and I just didn't remember until just now. Anyways, I think Arrow 2 does knock out all of the wolves. Ooh, just barely doesn't. They do have a bit of magic evasion, or defense, which is why I didn't want to try this with Arrow 1. You're gonna be so embarrassed if you're remembering incorrectly. I mean, it's fine, right? Sometimes you just faintly remember something and it turns out when you check again, that's just not how that ended up working. And I think that's perfectly fine. It's also entirely possible that certain things might just be a version difference too, that are just completely undocumented because, I mean, who would document all of the little version differences like that? That seems like a lot of work. So, who knows? We'll see. Author Blue's last run was natural and had a Zerker. Yeah, I mean... I guess that doesn't make the Berserker much worse, but you can improve the Berserker considerably. My goodness, menus are so slow. You can improve the Berserker considerably with some abilities like two-handed, or magic power for the rune axe, or speed, or even equipping other weapons, I guess. Doesn't Berserker Rina have issues trying to underflow her magic? Yes. She cannot, I believe. Well, it's not true. You need a Giant's Glove, a rare steel from Azul Magia, in order to be able to accomplish that, if I'm not mistaken. If I didn't pick up Air Ra, or the upgraded air spell, earlier, we could actually pick it up in here. Page 32 frequently uses it. Whee. Just on the right contains an ether. I actually want this thing for once. That's basically an additional rod that we can pick up. I like this rendition of the library. Library music tends to be one of my favorite music pieces in the game. Page 64. This might be page 64 into page 64. So each one of these page encounters, they just transform into a different page after... Let's just see. After you knock out the previous one. This thing has like 550 HP. Oh, it's page 32. That is not what I'm looking for. I need to wait, I guess. I don't remember this enemy set. Does it go back into 64? Anyways, Game Boy Advance on Super Nintendo, you only gain experience from... Yes, it does. From the very last enemy you defeat in a set. So this consequently means... the enemies were clearly set up with enough money that you were probably supposed to gain full experience from all of the enemies you defeat in a long chain. However, practically, you only get experience from the very last enemy you defeat. Consequently, if you play a version that has that problem, it's basically not worth defeating enemies in here more or less at all, unless you're looking for an enemy that can give you a new ability, such as level 5 Doom. If you play the Pixel Remaster, you do actually gain experience and money from all enemies you defeat. So that is actually very nice. I actually really appreciate that change in the Pixel Remaster. I think that is the correct way. The old Steam iOS version also did that, by the way, for reference. I could use a Phoenix Down to revive the characters, or we could backtrack in order to use the pot. I'm stingy with my Phoenix Downs, so we're backtracking. This room here has no encounters, so it's fine. I think it's here? Yeah. Well, they might think you need to go into the gap in the top left, but evidently not. Yeah, Lena has +4 magic power, and the circlet I think gives you -5? I guess you can't underflow the Rune Axe, because it does give additional magic power to the Berserker. What was the Thornlet? Thornlet gives -5 magic power. So basically, I think you need at least -2 magic power in order to underflow your magic. By the way, fun fact, you can underflow your magic power in this version of the game. The PlayStation version allows you to do that. Which the Game Boy Advance version does not, so that means Super Nintendo and PlayStation are the only two where you can underflow your magic power. I think. At least I'm pretty sure. Wrong button. But by the way, it's just on the right. Looks like it is closed, but it is actually open already. So we can just leave. Also, I did not pay attention as to how much money and experience I gained from the page encounter earlier. So I guess I'm not going to know if I can gain experience or not. Notably, these page 64s are pretty decently fast, so they could attack us in an encounter and just level 5 doom us immediately. So I do prefer seeing other enemies instead. Page 128, it can slow you down with a sticky fluid. Or is it a spider web? Anyways, it's sticky. Wow, 2 steps. Actually, 2 steps I think means this is the same encounter RNG as it is in the Super Nintendo version. There's like a sequence of random numbers where you get into an encounter, take exactly 2 steps, and get into another encounter. And because the randomness in this game is very limited in the old versions, it means that you will frequently see, like, you get into an encounter, take 2 steps, and get into another encounter. So you kind of know exactly where you are in the random sequence. I don't think that's useful, but it's interesting. Anyways, this next thing here is Ifrit. Ifrit has 3000 HP and is weak to ice. This is why I bought more ice rods. He can also be confused if you have Light Mage, and he loves to cast fire too. It's a bit inconvenient, but that's fine. Alright, we exchange our weapon for an ice rod, break the ice rod, and that is most of his HP gone. In fact, we might be able to get through by just casting Arrow 2 at the end here. He is heavy, so Doom Claw does not work. Although I might be playing with fire if I... No pun intended. Scratch, that's pun intended. We might be playing with fire by casting Arrow 2 instead of defeating him normally. Ooh, Galuf doesn't deal 200 damage. High kick paralyzes. Now he can use Fire again. So the problem we run into, if he Fires butts here, because then we don't have any character that can survive a page 64 anymore. Blaze is fine, 25% of her max HP just gone. I'm just stingy with my elemental rods because they're expensive. Plus, dealing about 170 to 200 damage with Arrow 2, that's pretty good damage output for a lot of Job Fiesta parties. A lot of characters have a lot more trouble hitting Ifrit for reasonable damage. And he's gonna join us, which is a summon spell. Summoner is also one of the mage classes we could potentially get. And it's a very strong one. I think, outside of Time Mage, Summoner might be Fire Skill? What do you mean, Fire Skill? Summoner might be... like the thing or the class that complements Blue Mage just as well as Time Mage, I would say. Just because it has really good offense, but also occasionally it just negates damage through Golem, as well as having a petrification attack, which can be very handy against a select few instances, some methods of instant death, and really good damage on all enemies, which that might be like the one area Blue Mage is slightly lacking. It doesn't have the greatest, like, just raw damage output. It's fine, especially if you break rods, it's decent. It's just not as crazy as other ones. We also get a ninja suit. Ninja suit has the exact same defensive profile as a mithril armor, for some reason, but also gives you +1 agility. So it is effectively strictly better. But also it's medium armor, so we actually can equip it on our characters. Oh. I guess it's also a downside that Ferris is the one character getting knocked out, because she's like the one person that might outpace some of the enemies, since she has the highest speed. Other than that, we're just gonna get whacked and we run away again. If it happens to hit butts, well, we have to revive him, because page 64 will just straight up kill Reina and Galuf. Well, 1 in 3 times when he casts level 5 Doom, that is. I suppose now that we have taken so much damage, it might even knock us out. With just damage. Man. I don't think the encounter rate is higher than usual in this game, but it sure feels like it. When the encounter transitions are just this slow. Blue Mage will give us an easy solution, well, an easy way to deal with Extev's Almagest, because we will have Shell later down the road. But that's good. What else? Alright, let's see. Tents. We're gonna use one here. We have a purple-haired Ferris tent. Maybe. Aw, not this version. I bet that's a thing in some Final Fantasy. But I suppose not this one. But I can absolutely see this just being a thing. And again, it occasionally happens when somebody kind of comes into streams and says, hey, I remember something being this way, and then you test it, doesn't turn out to be that way, but there's some like strange version differences between PAL and NTSC regions that happen to just include that, but because usually like remakes or versions that are later available one way or another tend to be just one thing specifically. It might actually be a thing somewhere. Maybe you're thinking of Final Fantasy VI. I can absolutely see that being a thing, right? Like, I see that's a thing that the developers would just think would be kind of fun to implement. Why not? Alrighty, anyways, you might be wondering, hold up. You didn't buy any fire rods. Biblos is weak to fire, so how are you planning on defeating this guy? Well, my friends, we have a very easy way to deal with Biblos. If we don't get murdered by Windslash before that happens. Which is a big if. Machammer reduces our current MP by half, but that's fine, because this guy is susceptible to Doomclaw because he's not flagged as heavy in the code. He has 3600 HP, he's weak to fire, and if you try to take him down by physical attacks, let me tell you, he is a major menace to try and take down that way. Let's see, Doomclaw. No. Doomclaw puts an enemy into critical HP and paralyzes them. I think he is immune to paralysis, but he is not immune to the weakened or, well, reduced HP status effects. Oh dear, we didn't hit. And there's Windslash. Case in point. It's a little bit of a gamble for us to be able to do this. The chances should be decent. I don't remember what the chances for Doomclaw or, well, the claw attack to hit. You think Doomclaw has a base accuracy of 50, reduced by evasion? Yes, magic evasion plays into this. I thought it was 60. Let me actually see. I think it's called Deathclaw in the versions. Oh, actually, we are both wrong. 66% base chance to hit. And then Biblos, notably, is level 24, which means he is 9 levels? Wait, what level are we? 10? We are level 10. He is 14 levels higher than we are. So 66... well, 13 or 40. 66 minus 14 is 52. So actually, your idea of 50% accuracy is really close, actually. But then, of course, he has also 20% magic evasion. So after we have the 52% chance to hit, he still has a 20% chance afterwards to resist anyways. Which results in... I mean, roughly a 42% chance to hit. Slightly more than that, I guess. Anyways, by the way, I think he can be blinded. I don't think it matters. Doomclaw! Didn't work. Doomclaw! There it is. And now he has 9 HP or less remaining. Which means I can just do Goblin Punch and just knock him out. Goblin Punch never misses, so goodbye. Also, I think he was paralyzed. I didn't think he was susceptible to paralysis, but maybe he is. Because normally he has an ending dialogue here rather than feeding with the usual boss feed animation. However, when he is paralyzed, he can't have the ending dialogue, I guess. Bonk. 2/3 chance while being menacing. Heart body! What? Oh, that's chemist drink, isn't it? It's like the protect drink, I think. He's not immune to paralysis. Yeah, I thought he was. But I guess that doesn't usually matter. He is creature type creature. Oh, you know what? You should be able to use the tame ability on him with a Beastmaster in every version except for the Game Boy Advance version, in order to paralyze him into oblivion then. Admittedly, if you have a Beastmaster, you could just capture a page 32 and release it for an instant death attack. But tame would also just work. Instant death, petrify, toad, mini float, aging, sleep, confuse, silence, stop, catch, control, immunities. Yes. Full heal, and we move on. There's actually, by the way, a good reason why I'm not bothering to level up more than absolutely necessary. Then again, you could even argue that I leveled up way more than absolutely necessary. We could have kept like some characters at level 9 and then 10 for the others, or even came back later at a higher level to get level 5 Doom. But we're coming up on a place where we have a fantastic way to just grind out levels. Thanks to Black Flames. Then again, I'm not sure how fantastic it is in this version. Because he's a bit slow. That's fine, don't worry about it. So, because we could get into a battle against chimeras that would just one-shot our entire party of Akorik, we saved before walking across the desert. Even though it takes like a full 20 seconds to open the menu and save. Hello? That took even longer. What the heck? Chimera jump scares are real. Yes, very real. Kinda like this one. By the way, they are guaranteed, or quadra harpy. They are a guaranteed encounter in the desert. No! You know how when we... Oh, it should say no instead of wiped out. Because it says yes when you win. It just said no. No when you lose. Somebody make a ROM hack of the PlayStation version that exactly replaces that dialogue. Thank you. Don't do that. Hoppy the Fool. Hello and welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to us just getting wiped out by a quadra harpy. By the way, Akorik is a blue magic ability that we will be able to learn, but for obvious reasons we don't survive that yet, so we don't do that yet. You finished the 8 journeys today in... Not Trailblazer. Trails in the Sky? Was it? Oh no, wait, excuse me. Brain's in the wrong one. Octopath Traveler 2. Nice. Alrighty, oh, here. We're going to sell... I guess everything, no? Actually, we're having to have time mage. I will have float. I don't even need to get float from enemies. Even if I wanted it early. We can still technically get chemist. Giant string is like the one drink you cannot buy, so I might want to keep it just because of that. We don't really need the metal knives anymore, the moving blade. We always keep the regular knife. Hunting knife is great. The heck is fire skill? Oh! It's the ninja scroll. It's the flame scroll from the ninja. I guess that's fair. Just had absolutely no context as to what the heck that was about. But yeah, congratulations, Opti. Nice. Anything else? No, we're fine. Anyways, we would like to buy a bunch of rods. These ones, we will break over a lot of enemies' heads to gain a lot of experience very fast. Well, haha, I say very fast. But you know, it's still the PlayStation version. We're kind of crawling along here. You're hoping for Beastmaster for enemy control? Beastmaster early in conjunction with Blue Mage is really nice. In this case I couldn't actually get it because it's a 750 chopset that people have voted on, and 750 effectively returns to mages. There's 750, which is mostly mage kind of classes, and then no 750, which is mostly melee kind of classes. And Beastmasters are more of a melee oriented one. Why is Yaga walking so slow? It's the PlayStation version. Plus, it's the PAL PlayStation version, so we are playing at 50 FPS. Which I'm pretty sure, kind of like a lot of the games back in the day when they were translated from 60 FPS in NTSC regions like Japan and the US to PAL regions like Europe, they just slowed down the game instead of, you know, adjusting the frame rate, because most games at the time just were tied to the frame rate, because why else or how else would you do it anyways? There was like no concept of disconnecting the frame rate from the actual gameplay, and most developers didn't go through the additional effort to actually make their game work the same way speed-wise they did in PAL regions as they would in NTSC regions. So they just did the easy thing and reduced the speed of the game by 1/6 effectively. All's natural run was Blue Mage, Zerker Dancer, Beastmaster. Beastmaster is always nice with blue, yes, indeed. I kind of like the idea of whip dancing. Mostly because you can do that full damage from the back row, and some of the whips are pretty decent and strong. Alrighty. Over to the fire ship we go. We're gonna get White Wind, but it's not going to be until we get to Extev's castle in World 2, so that's quite far away. Whip dancing is interesting thought, yeah. I mean, to be fair, if you play the Pix remaster, it's not nearly as interesting, because in that version you deal full damage with sword stances even in the back row. But in other versions, you effectively gain the safety of the back row on a class that has notoriously low maximum HP. Plus, you actually gain the strength from the Beastmaster, which I think is better than Dancer, so that helps. How are you planning on tricking them to target you with White Wind? The Hellraiser rabbits, when they are confused, will use White Wind on your party. So you just need to confuse them, and we have a Dancing Dagger by then, which has a 1 in 8 chance to Tempting Tango to confuse them, if we don't find anything else in the meantime. Geomancer also occasionally can cause confusion, but I don't think he can do that in Extev's castle. It's just a Will-O-Wisp. You keep thinking Dancing Dagger is World 3. Yeah, it's beginning of World 2. You can in fact get every single blue magic spell in the game as just even a solo blue mage, which I've done in my solo character challenge run. Although if you have only solo character, then you have to wait until you get a bone mail to grab level 5 Doom. Otherwise you don't survive it. I think the mildly annoying thing is that we don't really have a way of getting level 3 flare from anything, do we? Because I believe you need to control an enemy with a Beastmaster in order to cast level 3 flare. But also, I believe you need the white mage to cast reflect, because you can't target level 3 flare on an enemy, on an ally while controlling an enemy. So you will need to basically have white mage and the Beastmaster in order to get an early level 3 flare. Which is a really strong spell against X-Def at the Universe too. But you do need to kind of go out of your way to get it. Which, you know, most Job Fiesta parties do not have that luxury. And we're already, you know, not getting a Beastmaster anyways. So unfortunately, no shenanigans for me. And we're off. So, there's sea encounters in this. However, notably, actually, do we have a map? LR, L2, R2, Y. Oh, well, excuse me, it's a square button. We do have a map. Alright, just to the east of here is where we find the sea that we swim around in at the very beginning of the game. Just up here, or like north of here, is where that sea is. The Torna Canal just to the right. And this area here in particular has no encounters at all on the sea. So actually, if you skim around the outside here, you avoid a bunch of encounters by virtue of being close enough to that area that it also still has 0 sea encounters. Which is nice because the sea encounters are a bit annoying. Like, it does not matter how fast your character is. The sea Avis enemies that we encounter here, they have so much speed, they will just outpace you and whack you at least once anyways. And admittedly, blue mages are not particularly fast either way, so... well, they would whack you either way. Or, in this case. Or, they are called Cybis. yeah. It's a sea ibis, you know, Cybis. Or, well, I guess it's a C at the beginning, and then ibis. It's like the wyvern, but the sea ibis. I'm sorry, that's funny. This guy senses the earthquake coming before it actually happens. Always fun, in my opinion. The ship is sinking. That's okay, we don't need it anymore. We're gonna get the Black Jacoba. That looks very purple, but it's also very friendly. Man, this is just such a slow tune, so perfect for the PlayStation version. Is the music slowed down too? Maybe. I mean, I'm gonna get used to it either way sooner rather than later, and then the other versions are gonna be super fast. What's that? 'Tis no Jacoba. I'll get it. Work! It's a black Jacoba. I thought they were distinct. Let's go fly. Good thing Jacobas are automatically tame as soon as you catch them. Wait! Wait! They do the huh already? That is not supposed to happen until Fairies gets rid of the crystals in the guy and we actually start flying. But the PlayStation version already does the huh. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Normally it interrupts the music before the hua happens, but I guess if the cutscene lasts ever so slightly longer. But then again, they sync up the animation with it. Huh. Weird. Anyways, what we're gonna do is we're gonna run around here. And let's heal up Galuf just a little bit. Because we're about to gain a massive amount of experience on our characters. Very easily. Because if you have any class in your team that can equip elemental rods, which we can because we are blue mages, we can just break them right here. And unlike the wolves earlier, or the wild dogs I guess, these enemies here actually give more money than we invest per rod broken, and also give substantially more experience too. So we can go grab our lightning rods, put them at the top of the menu, grab the remaining ice rods, put them at the top of the menu, and just break them here. Once again, this unleashes level 3 spell. These flames have, I don't know, 220 HP? And this just absolutely nukes them. We get 1350 experience divided by 4 per character, and 875 gold? Or is it 825? You basically gain a little bit more money than you invest with the elemental rods. But because these black flame enemies are guaranteed encounters here, it tends to be, like, without a doubt, the best place to grind in the early stages of the game. Other characters have different ways of grinding against these flames here, so what you can theoretically do is, if you have some way of damaging these flames without having to break a rod, you can actually earn a lot of money on top of it. Among other things, you might be able to use Aqua Rake with a blue mage. You can use Ifrit and Shiva, I believe, with elemental boosting rods in order to get them too. Although both Aqua Rake and Shiva, as well as Ifrit, they do cost quite a lot of money. Excuse me, MP, not money. So you have to frequently use a tent or have the next character cast a spell instead, which is always a little bit awkward. On the bright side, you get to hear the victory music for slightly longer than usual. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to move everybody to the front row instead of the back row, because the only time I'm going to get hit by these black flames is if I get into a back attack. And if I'm in the front row now, in the back attack, I will be in the back row taking half the physical damage. Oh, also, eventually we're going to learn another blue magic spell from these black flames called Dark Shock. That one will have some fun implication shenanigans that we will be able to take advantage of. And the speed rings are a rare drop from these enemies, but because there's 5 of them, there's a decent chance to get at least one each encounter, extending the victory theme even longer. In your first Final Fantasy game, you didn't know there was a back row, so you always thought back attacks were easier since you took less damage. Yeah, it's not a terribly obvious mechanics if you're not reading the manual. And let me be completely honest, I'm absolutely one of those people that didn't read any manuals. For the most part. I absolutely played Final Fantasy VI without knowing that there were back and front rows in that game too, that you could take advantage of. You got your copy from Final Fantasy VI from a friend and they didn't have the manual. Kind of makes sense. For me it was, I played it through an emulator with a, let's put it this way, not a particularly great fan translation into German. I mean, I say it's not particularly great because there were a lot of spelling mistakes and errors one way or another, but simultaneously, I didn't know English at the time, so I was grateful to have the opportunity to play the game anyways. So, once in a while, I always like to remember the person that I think created that fan translation, or at least translated it, that enabled me to play Final Fantasy VI as my first Final Fantasy game. Shoutouts to Manuel Löwe, I believe, was the name. I still remember it. And thank you. Again, fan translations were just basically copy and paste text replacements until a team of both translators and programmers and ROM hackers sat together to actually create a cohesive experience with a fan translation in Final Fantasy V. Final Fantasy V was one of the first big translation projects where they didn't just replace the text boxes or the text with the things and actually put in a lot of effort to try and make it look good and cohesive as if it was like an officially translated game. They were basically pioneers at the time. Back attack. Let's see. It's called Black Shock. Or Black Spark, was it? It's Shock. So this is half level. Or level halved. Anyways, they still died to a single elemental rod. Halving the level of our characters means our characters deal usually less than half the damage compared to what they were dealing before. Like, it is an extreme debuff to our characters and absolutely no way of regaining those level in combat in this version of the game. So it is extremely debilitating for our damage output to get level halved. However, if you halve the level of an enemy, it doesn't do anything to the damage output at all. They do not recalculate how much damage they're supposed to do based on their strength and level and stuff. They just still have the same attack power and attack multiplier for what it's worth. However, level is relevant for stuff like goblin punches. So halving the level can still be interesting for a number of cases. Plus, if you halve an enemy's level that has like an odd number of levels, let's say 41, and you halve that level, it goes down to level 20, because it would be at 20.5, rounded down to 20. And you can actually use this to your advantage, because level 5 Doom kills any character that has a level divisible by 5. Also, you know what? I'm gonna buy fire rods. So here's the thing. Lightning rods have a faster animation and thus are, on average, more efficient to use instead of using fire rods. But I just like the fire rod sound effect a lot better. So I'm buying fire rods. Altering the level of an enemy does nothing more than prime them for death by math, or, if nothing else, level 2 old. By far the most annoying thing about learning Pixel Master for you is that they changed the levels on a lot of enemies, so they have to relearn death by math. Wait, they did? I actually didn't know that. I don't think I ever got a blue mage in my Job Fiesta in the Pixel Remaster, so I never had to deal with it either. Well, that seems kind of arbitrary. Is it at least like a good kind of change, or is it just Who knows? I don't know. Rump. I think it might be exclamation mark level, although I'm not sure. That sound effect is so much more pleasant. Oh, and we start learning blue magics. So I think it will be soon time to say goodbye to our blue mage. And we're gonna upgrade to time mage. Because time mage we will probably be for much longer than blue mage. I guess another nice thing about the black flame counters here is they give, I think, 3 ability points each, which is more than the usual 1 you get from all the other encounters. I could consider trying to defeat a chimera before we turn into a time mage. Just because the additional shields can block the physical attacks from the chimera. Then again, they'll probably just break rods anyway, so likely doesn't make a difference. It's not really good / bad, just annoying. You can still death them up practically the entire game. It's the math you've been memorized for 10+ years has changed. Yeah. Admittedly, I've never really memorized, I just know Atmos is level 41, I know XDeath, the Inner World 2 is level 66. And level 20 Twintania in second form. That's kind of the extent of my level knowledge. So it doesn't affect me as much, but it's kind of the same kind of annoyance I feel. I imagine when they changed on how the battle mechanics work in the Pix remaster. Like, it's not intrinsically a bad thing. It's just very different to play. Used to know level 5 death levels for Neo XF, but it's been a while. Facilitating that for that, I imagine takes a lot longer. Because of the high magic evasion and levels of the parts. Couldn't you level 2 old the Grand Cross part, was it? Also, with this team we don't even have to use the 3rd charge of the magic lamp to get rid of the magic part. We could just doom it instead. Funnily enough, we can doom it and haste it in order to, well, defeat it twice as quick. Then again, we'll need to learn doom in order to do that. I think the earliest you can learn doom is from XDeath at the end of World 2, isn't it? Doom being the, like, doom counter clock on your above your character, that when it runs out you die. It's kind of amusing. I'm pretty sure the battle transition in and out of the battle take longer than the battle itself. Alright, let's see. 2 seconds until we get to do anything in battle is up to 9 seconds, roughly. then I did a little bit of mismenuing. But effectively the battle ends here, 22 seconds-ish, so 13 seconds. And we can walk around again at not quite 30 seconds. So yes, the intro and outro to the battle are longer than the battle itself. Now imagine having to level up quad berserkers to defeat Sandworm with this. It might have taken a while. Alrighty, more speed drinks. So, our characters should also now all have blue magic learned. Yeah, we actually are quite a bit further than just what is necessary. So, what I'm gonna do is I will head over to the desert after buying new rods, and we're gonna defeat the Chimera after surviving a Aqua Rake, so we learn Aqua Rake. And then we're gonna upgrade into Time Mages. We're level 17. Do I need to worry about anything? We could always just continue breaking rods, I guess. I was mostly thinking whether there's anything in particularly dangerous we need to deal with. But we have blue mates, so the answer is probably no. Please tell me you've been voice acting all the lines, Jaka. No, I apologize. Hello. Welcome to Delilah. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, I have not, in fact, been voice acting. I'm actually going by lightning rods this time, just in case I decide to just move on afterwards. For breaking them against certain soul cannon. Alrighty, now we go into the desert, this time intentionally. Because we should easily have enough HP to survive one Aqua Rake. And after we get hit by one Aqua Rake, we just retaliate by breaking a bunch of rods over the thing's head. I guess we could also just use Aero 2 if it doesn't use Aqua Rake in the first turn. Aero 2 should deal about 250 to 300 damage at this point. So we should deal more damage than we did before. Anyways, item tent. Heal back everybody to full. Also recover 100 MP. It's actually mildly annoying that you only recover 100 MP with a tent, because if you try to do Black Flame Grind, that is not even for Aqua Rake spellcast if I'm not mistaken. Because Aqua Rake is really expensive. Your very first Fiesta run had a Time Mage. Never use that class in your first playthrough too much. Time Mage is just really good for haste as well as slow. Like, these are such crazy powerful effects that just enable you to have so much of an easier time dealing with enemies. Like, even in the Pix Remaster, where it's functionally kind of nerfed because of how the menus work, it's still really good. You are flabbergasted? Nice. Alright, we actually even get a preemptive strike. So this thing has 1000 HP. We're in the front row, I should be in the back row. Too late. Let's see, Chimera should... I think you are not heavy, right? So technically I can just use Death Claw on you. No, actually, in fact it is heavy, so Death Claw does not work. So, what the Quadra Harpy. It has exactly 1000 HP. The reason why I know that is because I might have killed a few thousand for my solo berserker run. 1,000 might actually be short-selling it just a little bit. Anyways, we have a 25% chance to block any incoming attack thanks to our mithril shields. Did I ever equip the mithril shields? Hold on. I might have never equipped the mithril shields. Anyways, Aqua Rake is exactly what we want to get hit by, because now we can learn it, because we don't die to it immediately. And one more arrow too will just do its trick. Sure you did. Yes! We learned Aqua Rake. Aqua Rake is actually, unlike its name would suggest, a neutral elemental attack. It is not in fact water damage. It probably should be, but it isn't. And let's see. I'm just curious. Nope, nope, nope. I bought mithril shields and never equipped them. That's typical, isn't it? I do this way too often. Alrighty, we're upgrading to Time Mage. Again, upgrade run means that as soon as I upgrade, I can never become a blue mage anymore. However, we have learned both of the important blue mage abilities. Learning, so we can learn more blue magic in the future, and blue, so we can actually still use blue magic. And that's kind of the quintessence from a blue mage to begin with, and we don't really need much else for now. So we're gonna go ahead and upgrade to Time Mage, which is a very powerful support class in its own right, and I think it has slightly higher magic power than the blue mage, so that's gonna be maybe nice, I guess. However, we can either only put blue magic on our characters or learning, so if I want to learn a new blue magic, I will have to specifically go and attach that ability to my characters to be able to use it. So, unfortunately, no more shields for us. I'm pretty sure, except for blue mage, none of the magic classes can equip shields, so I bought the mithril shields, never used them. A lot less horrifying than that's not good there. Something else that was never used. One sentence horror story. How many water attacks are in there in the game? There is Leviathan from a summoner, there is water scrolls from the ninja, and aside from that, it's just the occasional Gaia ability from the geomancer. That is also categorized as blue magic. Anyways, let's get a free heal in here. Also, I should probably go and buy tents too. Oh yeah, also we advanced the cuts in here. That helps. We can very, very easily knock out Sandworm and go and get an airship. You know what, let's just do that. Airship is significantly faster overall navigation than our friendly Chocobo, so we might as well just advance. Plus, we have Aqua Rake, so defeating the Sandworm is literally as easy as just casting one spell. So random scroll on the summon. Yes, I think that's it. I could be missing something. You always thought Aqua Rake was water. New knowledge acquired. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of bizarre because it does deal 8 times damage against desert-type enemies. So you would think the desert enemies are especially weak to Aqua Rake, which they are, but not because of the element. The water scrolls still deal the exact same damage as any other scroll. Which, to be fair, because they are scrolls, and those are ninjas, that's still a lot of damage. Ninjas are just that strong. But yeah, basically you might feel cheated when you equip a coral ring trying to absorb Aqua Rake damage from the chimeras, and it just still deals damage to you instead. You used to grind at some of your runs against desert mobs. That's a fine choice, since you can guaranteed one-shot every single encounter. But you could also just go and one-shot all of the Aqua Rakes. Brain, please. You could also just go and one-shot all of the Black flames. There we go. My goodness, that was difficult for some reason. But yeah, if you equip a Cordal Ring which absorbs water, damages healing, then Aqua Rake still deals damage. Just wrong. Oh, another actually source of water damage. If you capture a Stingray, the thing that gives you Mighty Guard in World 3, and release it, it casts Tidal Wave, which is the same attack that Shinryu uses at the beginning of combat. Insanely strong ability. That's another way of dealing water damage. There's probably a few more catch and releases that I'm just not thinking of though. Anyways, this is a hole, and another hole, and the Sandworm, I guess. The Sandworm has 3000 HP, and if you attack a hole, you get counterattacked by gravity. I think the implication is that you accidentally hit a hole and your character stumbles into it and takes fall damage, which is half of your current HP in damage. It doesn't quite work as well if you're not just multi-target and that's why you take gravity damage with that logic. But whenever there's, just kind of to demonstrate, whenever there's creatures in combat that are normally, let's say, intangible or invincible, the spell animation still plays. And it actually doesn't matter whether you deal any damage to them. Like level 5 Doom, you would think, oh, it just kills things, but level 5 Doom only works on enemies that have a level multiple of 5, but the holes are invincible, yet it still plays the animation. It's kind of weird. However, I may or may not have misclicked. Aqua Rake is, again, not water damage, but this guy is weak to it. So with his 3000 HP, he just doesn't survive. And we don't even take the counterattack with Demi. Or Gravity. Or whatever it's called in this version. Yes! Am I still in the front row? No. Enemies in here, in the desert, are notoriously tricky to run away from, so that's a thing. Also, I'm gonna break tradition, and instead of just having standard PlayStation controls, I'm going to take the liberty of changing my game settings. Because I genuinely just cannot get used to the buttons being inverted for confirm and cancel compared to the Super Nintendo version. I'm just switching it around for myself. Let's hope we don't get any button prompts later. But that's gonna be relevant. I don't think we do. Anyways, Aqua Rake also costs 38 MP to cast. Ferris is already out of MP to cast any more Aqua Rakes at this point. My last run was a Haboob run, which was great. You always play that version, so it was nice to see it. The version? Like, type of run? Alright, Ferris is out of MP, so we have Lena cast Aqua Rake. We could just run away, but might as well take the experience with us. Yes! I think Aqua Rake's damage on enemies that are not specifically weak to it is mildly underwhelming. Like, it's still good, but not nearly as crazy as you would like it to be. It's also kind of interesting that specifically a Chimera you encounter in the desert uses Aqua Rake on you. I guess it's hunting for other prey. These things are not level 5 Doom, are they? I figured I'd check because I don't have enough MP for accurate. So bio soldiers, these guys are actually kind of scary because you want to defeat these guys at the same time, preferably. Oh, because if there's just one of these guys remaining, then they will start counterattacking with bio hitting your entire party for about 200 or so damage, inflicting HP leak status as well, or sap status. They are pretty sketchy to take down. Okay, I figured I was gonna get used to this game speed much quicker than I actually did. Oh well. He's fine. Don't worry about it. Trying to think whether there is a better place to grind. You know what? I'm gonna run away from these. Considering that one survived the Aqua Rake and the other one didn't, it's just a little bit sketchy to try and battle them. Although they shouldn't get a turn, and I think they only counterattack your party if they're the last enemy remaining, which gets very scary with their heavy group damage. But they were also mildly overleveled thanks to doing the Black Flame grind, so we still survive it for what it's worth. Also, I like how it looks in this cutscene that we see a blue guy just going over there, so we intentionally go the other way. And then we see him over there, so we intentionally go the other way. We're trying to get away from him, but instead he just keeps appearing right in front of us, and eventually when they try to confront him, we fall down a trap. Kind of just climbing through the bottom faster than they can start moving. Welcome back, hello. That's a different instrumentation. You know, I'm in two minds about this version of the music. I think it sets the mood much better for like the feeling it tries to evoke. But I think as music itself, it doesn't sound as good, if that makes sense. Meanwhile, I like how it's meanwhile in every single version, just because. We could go pick up Mini, but unless we specifically get a white mage, it's not gonna be that useful. Actually, even if we do get a white mage, when would that be useful? There's not really any enemies you turn minified. You can minify some random encounters, but unless you're trying to steal from them or something like that, I'm not sure why that would be relevant. I'm just gonna pick it up anyways, because we can get white mages. And shoutouts to every version except the Pix remaster. Push the switch? No. Pull the switch? Yes. Cannot do this in the Pix remaster unless you fall for the trap to begin with. Anyways, we learned Mini. This is a white magic spell that minifies your character. For the most part, Mini is a debuff, reducing your attack power to 3 and reducing your physical defense to nothing. However, you can also use it in order to double your shield evasion specifically. It's very specific to be your evasion with shields double. So if you have a shield that blocks 50% of your attacks, suddenly it's 100% of the attacks that you block with a minute character. Of course, your offense might be limited, but you can still fully cast spells. So it's actually a great status to have on a blue mage, for example. Again, that's why it's not terribly useful for us, because it's not like we're gonna get any more opportunities to use shields here. At least I don't think there is. I always feel like a red mage should also have the ability to equip shields. It would be kind of fitting for its more hybrid nature. So it also can equip swords as well. Enjoy your sleep. Indescribable. Or did it say incredible? You're not actually chasing, you're just wishing you could. Relatable. Let's sail! Whee. Let's see, we have access to blind. Toad. Slow. Stop. Technically mute. Okay, just trying to figure out what the heck I have access to in terms of status effects. Alrighty, this is Crayclaw. The bigger yellow lobster has 2,000 HP, is weak to lightning, so breaking a single lightning rod will just defeat him. He has really high physical defense, and most of the time he actually uses Tail Screw as an ability. Tail Screw reduces you to critical HP, if it hits. It has a high chance to hit, so it mostly hits anyways. He is flagged as heavy, so Doom Cloud does not work, but you can blind him. So even if he does physically attack, 75% of the time he's just going to miss anyways. We could Aqua Rake, we could also just Hero 2 it, which I think is what I'm gonna do. Because he doesn't have the greatest magic defense, although he does have some. We can also try to slow him, which reduces the amount of turns he gets by a lot more. He does have 10 magic evasion, but also he's level 43, so he's much higher level than us, so he has a bunch of extra resistances against statuses from that. But, you know, now he's slowed, which basically means we get like 2 turns for him getting 1. If we were to haste ourselves, we would get like 4 or even 5 turns compared to Grey Claw getting 1 turn. And most of the time he's not gonna be able to do much because he will use his Tail Screw ability 2 out of 3 times on most of his turns. Meaning that even if he puts us into critical HP, because Tail Screw doesn't actually deal any damage directly beyond that, he's actually not gonna knock us out. Even if he attacks physically, which he most of the time wouldn't, he has a 75% chance to miss. And right now a 50% chance on top of that to hit a character that is not in critical HP. So basically, don't worry about healing this battle, it's just really not all that necessary. Like, it's possible for him to knock out fairies and butts in this situation. It's just relatively unlikely. And that's good enough for me. Goodbye. Yes! It still says yes after you win a battle. Every time. You also get an ice bow. Just sells for a bunch of money, so that's nice. The yes makes you smile because you know it's but saying it. Yes, I think that is an excellent recognition of that. And I like to imagine, even if he's knocked out on the floor, once you win the battle, he still goes, yes. Just knocked out on the floor. So we could get Mage Mashers from this city if we wanted to. Wait. No, not this city, the one further south. Right, please. But I don't think anything else is useful here. This song used to creep you out so bad you would turn down the volume. I think I missed it when you said that exactly. But I will argue that's a fair reaction to a bunch of the songs. You think you can get Mage Masters in that city too, though? You wanna say it's a steal or drop somewhere in there? You can buy Mage Masters. It's a steal earlier in Karna Castle from the sorcerer enemies. It's a common steal. You never quite understood why the Earth Crystal is in a floating palace and the Fire Crystal on a boat. I don't think the Fire Crystal is actually in a boat. It's more like it's in an underground facility that is connected through a pipe connected to the boat through a pipe. You know, the one you actually go through. That ends up actually powering the steamship. This is like the pipe we are going into the Fire Crystal room, is which the thing is powered through. But yes, it's also the Earth Crystal in the sky. But you know, if you can perfectly manipulate Earth, I guess you can just elevate it and make it weightless as well. It's a bit of a stretch to label it that way, but I suppose it's fine. Anyways, we want to heal. Think of it like this, the Earth Crystal is controlling gravity. Sure. Yeah, why not? But yeah, it is a bit of a juxtaposition, I will agree. I mean, it's functionally raising a landmass up into the sky, which I would associate more with Earth rather than wind somehow pushing the Earth up like that. I think it kind of makes sense. Also, probably somebody has the Magos equipped. I just have no idea who. So somebody has a 25% chance to block physical attacks. Excuse me, it's called the Hunter Knife in this version. Alrighty. So, the next boss is going to be Adam and Timmy. Timmy has level 20. Now the funny thing about Timmy is that... Oh no, never mind. Timmy is also not immune to instant death. But if you have an enemy whose level is divisible by 20, for whatever reason, level 5 Doom will just outright delete them anyways. Timmy is also weak to ice. You can blind him, you can slow him, you can also deathclaw him because he's not flagged as heavy. All Timmy ever does is attack through ice physically, and if he gets to do that, he is... well, he's pretty strong. And he would... yep, there we go. If he knocks out or hits the same character twice, then that character just takes a nap. Unless you have really good defense, is an even higher level than we have. Yes. But's just on the ground going, yes. After he took 2 heavy hits. Total shot. Thank you. The underground lap song. The Ronkan Ruins, I guess. Turtle. Sorry for being divisible by 5. Can you use that as an... my goodness, the scrolling of the world in this version makes me mildly dizzy for some reason. Anybody else? It's just weird. Anyways, is it an insult to tell somebody that you're so basic you're divisible by 2? I don't know why I thought of that. But I guess I thought of it because I'm sorry for you being divisible by 5. Is it somehow different from the Super Nintendo? Yes. There's a few little mechanical differences, although I have no idea about what all the mechanical differences are, and I've never seen anybody do like a comprehensive breakdown of it. But there's just a few things that are slightly different. You go to your job. Do you pass start if you go to your job? To earn a bunch of money? Programming joke? Yeah, it's been too long since I've done programming, so I guess that's just beyond me at this point. Oh, because go-to is maybe not particularly good programming etiquette, or whatever you want to call it. I think I should go and buy some armor upgrades once in a while. Do we have money? Yeah, I think we can buy 2. So, let's see. The fan translation calls these bards clothes. In the Game Advance translation, they are I don't remember what they are. Let's see what they are here. Now I keep pressing the wrong button after rebinding them. A poet robe. You know, that seems pretty accurate. Right, nice. Leather shield. Again, we literally cannot use shields anymore, so we might as well now sell all of them. We also can't use green berets for the foreseeable future. I think the only way we could use these armor pieces at this point is if we get Dancer as the last job. Because Dancer can equip medium armor. Nah. Oh, actually, Red Mage also can equip medium armor. But we'll eat that bridge when we get to it, so it's fine. But I think everybody gets a poet robe. This has significantly better defenses, as well as a good chunk of magic defense, and it actually gives us immunity to silence. So everybody has a substantial defense upgrade, which is quite nice. In conjunction with the plumed hat, I think we have roughly 20% magic evasion on everybody now, give or take some. I actually don't know how much it is. At least we get rid of the basic leather armor that you start the game with, finally. Okidoki. Do we just break rods? We have Time Mage, we could actually divide the cannons. They're also not heavy, so... Wait, no. Yeah, we have Time Mage, but we also just have Deathclaw to take advantage of that instead. So we might as well Deathclaw them. Yeah, that's fine. That's not the button I meant to click. What I should do is I should have actually not sold the basic daggers. Because it would be good if we had basic weapons here. Literally very basic weapons. Because these would allow us to deal minimum damage to our own allies when we hit them with physical attacks. Alrighty, so these should be random encounters, so this is either flame launchers or rocket launchers. Let's see which one it is. They are weak to lightning, so we could just break a lightning rod and deal massive damage to them. Burn Ray! By the way, this is blue magic, we will be able to learn Burn Ray from here, so that's good. So what we're gonna do is we're going to, first of all, see if we can claw these guys to put them into critical HP. Nice, one. By the way, they are level 1, so our chance to hit with Doom Claw is really, really good against these guys. They do have 10% magic evasion, so no matter what, at minimum they have a 10% chance to resist it. And I guess it's more of a 66 plus 16, 82. 82% minus 10% is like about a 73% chance to hit Doom Claw here. Give or take a few percent, I'm not that precise. Anyways, that puts them into critical HP. And... they're dead. Then we heal up with tonics. And move on to the next encounter. These also always drop certain chemist mixes. Speed drinks in this case. Which we already have a bunch from the Black Flames that just happen to drop them rarely. Also, we did learn that flamethrower attack. That flamethrower attack is notably the first attack we can take advantage of our flame rods. If we equip the flame rods, it boosts our fire elemental damage by 50%, and those flame attacks are pretty basic in nature, but they're pretty good. Also, Rocket Punch deals half of our current HP in damage and confuses the character. So in order to unconfuse the characters, we need to punch them. So if you play the Pix Remaster or the old Steam version, Your characters, when they're confused in this version, they get their action time bar reset at the bottom right. It doesn't visually update, but they do actually have a reset where they don't get they need to like charge their turn fully before they can actually act confused, which is a good thing, because otherwise, as soon as they're confused and it's immediately their turn, they're just gonna hit your entire party with something bad, potentially, which, you know, happens. Anyways, these rockets also used missile against us. That is just 75% of our character's HP in damage. And that's percentile based damage. You know, kind of a similar thing that the time mage itself can do with gravity magic. But right now, the time mage only has 50% damage with those. No, we have a 75% attack with that, with the missiles. That is blue magic we can learn. Although admittedly, because missile only works against targets that are not flagged as heavy in the code, you might as well just use Deathclaw instead to put them to critical HP instead of to 25% of their HP. Go to Velociraptor. Nice. I only just now realized that. Took me a second to realize what you're trying to say. By the way, we can resist these things. Again, we do have about a 20% chance to just outright resist what they're trying to do. And notably, when they try to use Rocket Punch and we resist it, nothing happens. When they try to use Missile, it will actually pop up the Missile text, and then it just goes away without an animation. So that's kind of a weird distinction there. Some attacks just pop up and they do nothing. Oh, I was thinking Rocket Punch was the same. Do they have a chance to just not do anything on their turn? Why did the other guy do nothing then? Or did I just not see it? Anyways. Or, well, as our characters would say, yes! Blue mages are so fun, they are great. You know what I just realized? We can Goblin Punch the cannon at level 18. I'm gonna do that. We will need to go and grab one more level. You know, if you get the flamethrowers, you know your character's just gonna take a bunch of damage. But on the bright side, that's all that happens. On the not so bright side, of course, they are more dangerous because they actually kill you compared to the rocket guys. Whee! I'm pretty sure Goblin Punch does not take Element into account, but I'm not entirely certain about that part. Yes! Never stops being funny. It's great. Yes. Alright, let's go and load up on potions. Because until we get White Wind, we actually don't have a way to heal anyways. Probably the biggest weakness of a blue mage. Until you get White Wind, there's not really any way for you to heal. Actually, we shouldn't buy potions here. We should be buying the potions in licks for half price. So I'm gonna go and do that. Whee! I think the Pixie Remaster just fades out to black and then back in instead of your characters actually going to bed. Or maybe that's just in the ship graveyard. But here, you just actually go to your bed chambers. I also like that the characters just run to the bed chambers. We've been kind of walking at a casual pace through our adventure this entire time. But then when it's bedtime, they just run into the bed chambers. I mean, obviously it's to make the animation not be too lengthy. But it's kind of amusing to think that they're so excited to hop into bed finally. So this shop sells you things for half the price. Also, this music is my favorite in the game. And I think this is a nice rendition. Alright, we're gonna buy all tonics. And this is also where I usually stock up on status recovery items. Eye drops, tonics, cornucopia, cures mini. Why cornucopia? Maiden's Kiss cures frog. And soft cures petrification. And also kills golem type enemies. We don't ever need speed rings, do we? Because we have time mages. Okay, I'm just gonna buy a few more tents, I think. So what can I sell? I thought I had a bit more money. Evidently I'm mistaken. Do we need the mithril knives? Nah. You always thought about cornucopia being a giant thing of food. You just eat a lot and become not small anymore. I suppose that's the logic, isn't it? That, I guess, kind of makes sense. Blue mages and beast masters are probably the worst new player jobs. I mean, I think with Beastmaster you can at least just catch random things and release them just to see what happens. It is quite a lot of effort to learn about it though. Blue mages, I think, is arguably very well deserved to have like worst new player job. If you don't know where to get the blue magic, then well, you might just have a guy that doesn't really get to use many spells throughout the game, because you don't know what counts as blue magic or not. The game doesn't tell you until you actually learn it, which is a bit of a shame. Similarly, chemist, you can just try out all sorts of chemist mixes. There's a lot of good ones by just trying things, and it's pretty quick to like just try out all the mixes anyways. Although some of them might have just not particularly good descriptions, so you don't even know what you're supposed to do. Anyways, I want to get one more level. So let's go back to the Black Flames for a little while. And some of the most fun blue magic having such weird requirements like the Mighty Guard and stuff. Yeah. Can you learn Mighty Guard by catching, releasing a crystal? Or is that not a thing? You first came in, Ronnie did. Someone came to your stream and why no look guide? Some people enjoy experimenting. Some people just enjoy the challenge of trying to figure out stuff for themselves first. And I think that makes perfect sense. I'm kind of usually in two minds about these types of things. Like, on one hand, I'm absolutely in the camp of people that tends to enjoy just figuring out stuff on my own. Like, I am the kind of person that will just sit down and try every single chemist mix to see what they do. On the other hand, I'm also very much in the camp of people that prefers for him to know what the game is trying to do here. If that makes sense. Like, when I use a chemist mix and it just says death breath and I don't see anything visibly happening to the enemy, so what did it do? I don't know, the game doesn't tell me. In Final Fantasy V anyways. However, if you play a game like Crystal Project, the game very much tells you as to what the heck is going on in a lot of cases. So it's actually quite fun to just experiment and try out things, because the game actually lets you know what is going on. And you can strategize around having the knowledge of what things do and how they work, which is great. To me, I have the most fun in Final Fantasy V, already knowing how most things work, and then kind of creating a strategy around these things. But that is not everybody's cup of tea. Like, creating the strategy part is my favorite bit. But without a doubt, if I look up as to how the bosses work exactly and what they have, what they're weak to and what they're not weak to, I'm making things easier for myself, like, no question. Do I need that to beat the game? No, but it's just the interesting part about knowledge and strategy that I enjoy from, you know, having these kinds of things. That's just where I'm coming from. Your first Job Fiesta took 23 hours or so, but you want to go in blind before you do more. That's actually pretty quick for a Job Fiesta. Nice. And I mean, yeah, to be fair, you can only play the game really blind once, so if that's something you enjoy, better do that on the first run rather than trying to do that on any other ones, right? Yeah. Anyways, we can buy mage slashers here. Sure, why not? These mage slashers give +1 magic power, which probably doesn't matter, but I don't actually know. I'm gonna sell one Phoenix down to buy one more. But they are also our highest physical attack power weapon that we currently can equip, so everybody gets a mage slasher. And one of you gets a hunting knife. I guess Ferris in this case. Mage slasher! Time Mage, Mystic Knight, and Forgot Dealer, so you didn't take too long. Those are pretty strong. I think my very first playthrough, which was a Job Fiesta as well, was Thief, Mystic Knight, Red Mage, and Dancer. Which, looking back, this has one of my favorite job combinations of Thief, Dancer, and Red Mage. Like, that trio actually is very fun to use if you know what you're doing. But at the time I didn't know what I was doing, so I kind of missed the opportunity to power up my Dancer and Red Mage by a lot more. But I mean, it still works, it's fine. Alright, now I kind of have to decide, do I want to go and grind some more Black Flames, or do we just go? I'm trying to discern. We can probably grind in World 2 a lot more if we want or need to. I mean, we have blue mages, we're fine. But higher level blue mages are more fine than others. You only later knew how powerful Mystic Knight was? Yeah, I mean, I knew Mystic Knight was already strong. Like, not having clear strategies and having just only the Mystic Knight survive against the crystals with Drain Sword and soloing them effectively was kind of a highlight of my playthrough. Because the crystals walled me quite a bit initially, and then my Mystic Knight just Drain Sworded its way through alone to just defeat them. That's great. Anyways, let's go up into the sky and defeat the Soul Cannon. Alrighty, Soul Cannon. 12,500 HP. And it is weak to lightning. It has two little launchers on its back that are not weak to lightning. However, they only have 800 HP. So we can actually just break one lightning rod to deal massive damage to the main cannon and the launchers. Oh, they actually didn't die. We have way less damage than I thought it was. I thought it was just gonna be one rod to break to do this, but it's okay. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna haste ourselves, because we have time mages. The launchers explode. What they would do is they attack you with a rocket that is currently, well, half of your health in damage, of your current health that is. And that is pretty debilitating, but even more debilitating is the effect they come with those rockets. They inflict the old status effect on you. 20 BPS? What do you mean 20 BPS? Anyways, ult basically reduces your stats to 1 after a very short amount of battle time. It effectively reduces your character to being a very slow potion or item throwing bot. It's not good. Anyways, Soul Cannon is also level 36. We are level 18. So I use Dark Shock or Black Shock, I guess in this case, on it. And hit. Let's see. Soul Cannon. Yeah, we should have a decent chance to it. It's not great, but eventually, there it is. It is now level 18. And if I equip my Mango Shura Hunting Knife, Blue Magic, Drop Punch. If we are the same level as the target, then our Goblin Punch deals 8 times damage, ignoring defense. Lightning Rod Breaking would still deal more damage, but, you know, when I have the opportunity to just use Blue Magic more, I will take it. So yeah, really good damage. Safety lock off. Fantastic news. Go punch. In the end, if you have trouble against this guy and you have mage classes, just breaking elemental rods to defeat it is a very valid way to go. Some job combinations in the Job Fiesta have geomancers and bards and stuff like that, where you just have very low damage output, and this thing can eat through your elixirs, because when it does eventually get to attack, it will unleash a... Actually, I have no idea what this is called in this version. It's called a... Surge... something. Soul Surge? Surge Blaster? Which deals half of our maximum health and damage. Make sure just let this guy shoot first before we continue. I don't actually know how close we are to knocking it out, but it'll be fine. Power level 128%. Then fires. Fire! Beam cannon it's in this version. But yeah, that is half of your maximum HP and damage. So you will never survive 2 of these, because it also inflicts the HP leak status. Hey, I just waited perfectly. He was already out of HP. And technically speaking, some people like to point out, some people like me, the Soul Cannon actually has 22,500 HP. It just explodes after it is less than 10,000 HP remaining. Presumably to prevent players from dealing enough damage to just destroy it without getting the fancy explosion animation. But hey, that's a thing. Yeah, it induces SAP, or HP leak as I like to call it. SAP HP leak, same thing. Anyways, if I want to do a bit of level grinding, I should do this now, because I think until we reach Xdev's castle, there's not really going to be a much better opportunity to gain a bunch of levels. Because the black flames we're encountering here are just that efficient for grinding that there's not really much to compare it to. And I think having at least like 500, 600 HP is probably advisable to take down Titan anyways, so we'll do that. I'm just gonna do a little bit of grinding until, let's say we have 600 HP in our characters. Maybe a bit more, depending on how long this takes. Tic-tac-throw carefully places a delicious fruit into the fruit box. Is it a cherry? Is it an apple? Who knows? It's officially a delicious fruit. Alrighty, so anyways, we do have Akurik now. Which again, we don't have a whole lot of MP to work with here. But it will one-shot all of the black flames without us having to break elemental rods. And tents are significantly cheaper than breaking rods. Is there anything else I would want to prepare? If I get Summoner, would it be important for me to get Shiva now rather than later? Not really. I don't think Shiva is used for much. I guess Shiva could be used against red dragons. I think that's about it. That's our last Akurik. Ferris is shy 2 MP to cast Akurik some more here. Yes. Ideally we would be able to unequip stuff and equip it on other characters, so they would be going before Ferris. The alternative is I just defend the turn with Ferris, which is a bit awkward. But honestly, defending on this controller is the reason why I rebound the keys to be the more familiar layout from the Super Nintendo version. Because otherwise you have to press the R button and the bottom middle button of your button controllers. Oh, I forgot to switch. Oopsie. I suppose we will be able to grind a lot of ability points if we absolutely want to against statues at the beginning of World 2. I hesitate to call it fast, but it would certainly be an option and would give us a lot of money. Hey Taravan, thank you for the good luck and welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, like you're out of MP. Wait, 16? I thought you had a lot more MP than that. Yep, Object Dark. Blue Mage just loves them. It's very efficient. Although I think no matter which version you play, the animation to knock out all of the enemies with level 5 Doom always takes a bit longer than I anticipated every single time. You scalded your dominant hand this afternoon. Oh no. Well, I hope that heals soon, Crunch and Milk. That sounds very unpleasant. Good luck to you. It doesn't want to stop hurting, yeah. But it's important to keep cooling it down to my knowledge. Otherwise it's gonna be even worse later. back attack. And look, the reason why we are in the front row, so we're in the back row during back attacks. Are there any blue magics I could pick up that I'm not thinking of right now? Or are we all out of blue magics? Also might as well use a tent now for healing a cactus. I think that's at least the second time that in a back attack they just all focused on butts for their attacks. Surely that's coincidence, right? I didn't really pay attention to the others. Yeah. Scalding your hand like that can leave scars. I think my mother once told me, and I assume that's reasonably accurate, that's another reason why you may want to just continue cooling it down, even if it, like, feels fine for the moment. Because that way it leaves less scars. I don't have enough experience in that kind of thing, so I do not know if that's necessarily accurate, but it's just what I remember. Hey, did you know that you can get into a back attack when battling Gilgamesh in the void? Admittedly, I kind of forgot about that. It's pretty rude when it happens. You know, I am naturally very clumsy as a person, and those are like the nightmare scenarios that I may or may not encounter sometime. Ay, ay, ay. I have a lot of respect for cooking utensils for that reason. Back attack. Hey look, they didn't focus all on butts this time. Maybe. Well, I guess two of them did. Is it just me, or is it a slightly interesting choice that Ferris is the only time mage with a green cape, everybody else has a blue cape? Wonder what Kryle's cape looks like. I suppose Butts' cape is also a slightly different hue of blue. In your case, you're not as much clumsy as you're sleep deprived. Normally you're a very cautious cook. Yeah, very relatable. And you're just a little bit tired, but you still have to get the stuff done. That's exactly when these kinds of things happen. Alright, Lena's out of MP. You still have plenty of MP. You like how most jobs have special character looks? Yeah. Also, I guess Ferris has a green hat, everybody else more orange. Although once again, Butts has a slightly different color compared to the other two. Blue. Let's select Akko Rig with you as well already. Now, interestingly enough, if I wanted to grind out a bunch of levels, Geomancer would be amazing to do so for the Ronkan Ruins, because you almost always, maybe even always, at least below level 20, you pretty much always get Wind Slash as your Gaia ability inside the Ronkan Ruins, so it's very efficient leveling and grinding against almost all enemies in there. Wind Demons notwithstanding. Also, there's no way I can use a bow with the mage classes, is there? No. So no reason to farm a Dark Ball. Ooh. Narcolepsy and insomnia. Eee. No, that's just rude. Of life to give you more than one of these cards. Very rude. Oh, you're out of MP, so it's just Galef that has enough MP to cast Akko Rig. The fate of blue mages costing a lot of MP, I guess. Not as extreme as it tends to be for summoners in terms of MP cost, but still quite substantial MP cost. I see, that makes sense. I have so much time to think about this grind here that I'm starting to wonder silly little things such as, when you cast Akko Rig, is the bubble pattern random, or is it actually just a preset animation? I have no idea. Oops, I defended with everybody, including Galef. That was not the plan. Alrighty, let's see. How much HP do we have? 500. We would need a little bit more to reliably survive Titan's counterattack. Well, I guess it's not actually as much of a problem for the counterattack, because Titan just naturally casts Quake as well, but he is susceptible to the stop spell. So we can deal with that. But also, we are mages. We don't take the full damage from that since we have good magic defense. So maybe it's fine to just not worry too much about it. Level 20. What level is the final form of Archaeoavis? Probably should have looked at that beforehand. Archaeoavis. Oh, 20. Wait, you can level 5 doom him? Really? For some reason I didn't think you could do that, but... Well... I guess we'll see. If it doesn't work, we have Goblin Punch level now, so... Let's go! Let's head into the Ronkan Ruins and figure out what our last job is going to be once we upgrade all the way. Once again, this is an upgrade run, which means we are allowed to... Well, we are forced. Once we upgrade, everybody has to be the new job. We can still use the abilities from the previous job, but we can no longer access the previous job otherwise. So we have learned from the Blue Mage that the ability to learn so we can get more Blue Magics, and we have Blue Magic ability so we can still use the Blue Mage stuff. So we're good on that side. For Time Mages, we actually have to go substantially, or get substantially more ability points in order to learn all of the Blue Magic abilities. So I think I want to be in the back row here, because a lot of these encounters here have a decent amount of run resistance, as I like to call it, where running away from them with L&R is not reliable. It mostly works out fine, but not 100% of the time. I think that's the rare encounter in this room. You almost never see 2 Ronkan Rights and 2 Stoned Masks. Stoned Masks notably being weak to lightning, if you have lightning damage. They also don't have that much HP, so they're just generally weak to damage, I guess. Gold armor, just a good chunk of change for selling. These things are called Fan Visit. Actually kind of a good name. I think World Demon is more fitting for how they look and seem to be as a creature. But I'm a fan of this wizard name. There was a joke in there somewhere that I kind of dropped and then tried to pick up again. It's okay. A fan wizard. Fan of Ronkan, you assume? Probably. You see what I did there. Excellent. These world demons, or fan wizards, they can teach you White Wind if you have a Beastmaster to control them with. Unfortunately, just confusing them does not do the trick for you. Plus, we actually don't have a way to confuse these guys right now. Our characters literally cannot do that. They do have 2 other interesting things about them. For one, if you steal the rare steel from them, they have a killer bow, which is a decently strong bow for this point in the game with an 8% chance to instantly kill targets, if they are not immune to instant death. This other chest, by the way, contains a gold shield. It's really far out of the way if you want to grab it, so I'm just gonna ignore it. The other thing they have is a rare drop, the fan visits. And the rare drop is a dark bow. Notably, a lot of enemies and bosses, if you try to inflict status effects on them, they have quite a bit of magic evasion or they're much higher level than you, so landing those status effects is rather difficult. If you hit with the dark bow, there's just a flat, I don't know, 80% chance that they're blinded, regardless of the magic evasion and everything else. I actually don't know what the exact number is, but most of the time they're gonna be blinded after you hit them with a bow. which is really good. So you can even use this against the final boss and blind the physical part, so it heals, or it deals much less damage to you. You return. It looks like a party of all wiggy spellcasters. Dunce caps. Alright, 5000 GP. Shurikens. Right, I could just leave the shurikens. Shurikens don't sell for any money. Moonring Blade and Power Wrist. Power Wrist is an accessory, also known as Power Armlet. Gives +3 strength to a character if you want to deal physical damage. It's pretty good, except that heavy armor users cannot use it. So it's just medium armor stuff. Anything else? Not really. Goodbye. We're all allowed to be time mages. This is an upgrade run, so we are required to be all of the same job until we upgrade, and then we upgrade to the next job. However, I can upgrade at any moment I want, so anytime I want I could turn everybody into a geomancer now. And I don't want to do that yet, because we still want to learn a lot of time magic level abilities to be able to use all the time magic stuff. Technically, the most important ones are like level 1 and level 2, where you get haste and slow. And you don't really need that much more from time mage. But geomancers are not that interesting either, so I'm not terribly interested in upgrading job to geomancer. It actually is going to be mostly a case of what is our last job going to be that I might want to change into early for one reason or another. Lamias. If you steal the rare steel from them, they give you Lamia's Tiara, a really good headgear that gives +3 magic power, which is literally the best you can get in the game outside of the ribbon. It also gives you immunity to being confused, which is really nice. And if you have a dancer in your team, they will then subsequently dance with 50% success rate for the sword strands instead of the usual 25%. It effectively gives you the same sword stance up buff as the rainbow dress. Notably does not stack with the rainbow dress, only one of these effects can... well... the effect you either have to replace Tempting Tango with sword stance, or you don't have it. There is no other benefit. And yes, we have to upgrade all the classes simultaneously in order to then get to the next job. So this means once we are gonna be Geomancer, we actually do not have the ability to equip rods or staves anymore. One of the peculiar quirks about a time mage is that they can equip both rods and staves. Rods and staves are two different kind of categories for weapons. Usually rods are for the offensive mages, like Black Mage and such, whereas staves are generally more reserved for the more defensive, supportive characters. Time Mages is kind of a little bit in the middle of that, with buffs and debuffs, as well as some decently offensive spells later down the road. I do wonder whether we can quick leak in this version. I mean, probably. I think we can do that both on the Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance version, right? So it's reasonably unlikely that they would have fixed that in this version. Also, welcome to the Hydra room. This is a mildly dangerous room that doesn't have the greatest of items, just the cottage and the ether. But I do kind of want to see a Hydra. Mostly because I'm curious what their name is. Because the Hydra is what Sildra was called earlier in this translation. It's a Hyudura. You know, I'm pretty sure that is exactly the same in other translations. This thing absorbs lightning as healing. Notably, it does have an ether as a common steel. You can control it as Beastmaster, and Geomancers with their Gaia ability will probably just destroy the poor guy. It also has Quake, I think, if you control it with a Beastmaster, dealing massive damage to itself. I don't remember what it does for catch and release. Is that lightning? It might be. You're also slightly thrown by the 3 orange hats and 1 teal hat. Yeah, I kind of noticed that earlier too. Alright, I would like to get one of the dark colored hydras here, just for fun. Wow. Now I'm curious what they're called in the Japanese version. Why would you be called aquaus? Anyways, these things are actually undead, so throwing a phoenix down at them will knock them out, most likely. But they're also not flagged as heavy, which is why that phoenix down works to begin with, which means, theoretically, I can use Doomclaw on you. It also has reflect, but Doomclaw cannot be reflected. Demi works, Missile works on it as well. Hello, please toss a spell. Missed again. Last try, otherwise we're gonna just throw a Phoenix down. Let's just throw a Phoenix down. Phoenix down is not guaranteed to land, but it's a pretty high chance. Also, it will counter us with level 4 quarter, reducing our current HP by 75%. Notably only works against enemies that have their level divisible by 4. And this is blue magic we could learn. But I can also just learn that later if I feel like it. And I don't know if it's ever useful, to be completely honest. I have absolutely no memory if it's useful. Anyways, we're gonna go with antidotes for everybody. I guess we could learn it right now, if I just put learn on one character. But then I need to get another one of these encounters, and I will need to heal a lot more too. Oh, high potions are just called potions in this. That is very confusing, because potions are normally just your basic potions that heal for 50 HP, 50, and high potions are the ones that heal for 500. So here we're gonna have potions that heal for 500. Okay, wait, do I have flame rods by chance? No, I should have bought them. That's alright. Flame rods would boost my flamethrower ability. Alrighty. This is the Archaeoevis boss. It has 5 different forms. The first 4 have 1600 HP each, and the game doesn't tell you that it quietly switches between the forms. But every time you deal 1600 damage to it, it will just switch to the next form. For the most part, Archaeoevis does one of 3 things. It 1 attacks us with a physical attack. 2 attacks us with a physical attack with a special name and inflicts a status effect. I believe in this form it is... I don't remember what it was. Slip. HP leak status. There we go, that's what it is. We're gonna haste ourselves because this is gonna be a bit of a lengthy battle. So in general, the boss starts out with really high physical defense and pretty much no magic defense. And then each form subsequently just kind of gradually shifts that relationship to having more and more magic defense and less physical defense. Right now it's also weak to wind, and it's what you generally would consider to be wind form. So after we hit it 3 times, I guess in this case, with Hero 2, we're gonna push it into phase... oh, or twice, I guess we get a high roll instead. We're gonna push it into phase 2 now. So, now it is ice. It absorbs ice as healing. It is also, actually I forgot. This form is also not flagged as heavy, for whatever reason. So what we can do is we can actually Doomclaw it, or Missile it. Let's just use Missile, just for fun. Where is it? Did I not get Missile? Surely I got Missile. Oh! No, I didn't get Missile. Because I didn't have the learn ability equipped, since I was a time mage. Same with the flamethrower attack. Ah, that's very stinky. I forgot. Normally you just have blue mage to learn blue magic, you don't need to equip the thing, but... Yeah, no. Okay, never mind, I guess Doom Claw it is. We could also use the Time Mage's Demi on it, that works too. There we go. Doom Claw works, or Death Claw it's called in the other versions. And now it should be at like 1 HP. So that means just even a regular arrow spell will knock it out, saving some MP for us. Now in the phase 3, it absorbs fire as healing. It is, however, also once again heavy, so that means we cannot use Doom Claw in this form. So we're just gonna arrow it down, I guess, until we win. Number 2. Number 3. It's gonna be about, I don't know, about 700, 800 damage or so. 700 probably. About 950. Probably about 1200 damage. We're also hasted, by the way, which is an insane buff. As mentioned before, he just doesn't get a turn, because every time he switches forms, he actually just restarts his bar, his time bar, back at the bottom. Now, he is absorbing lightning as healing. His physical attack, I think, can paralyze us in this form, so we're trying to not have that happen. Also, I forgot, in this form, once again, he's not flagged as heavy, so you can Doomclaw him if you hit, which is always a bit of a problem, you know. There it goes. And then just deal a little bit of damage, doesn't have to be much. 9 HP or less. Oh, okay, we didn't deal 9 damage. Let's use arrow 2, I guess. He does have higher magic defense, I guess it makes sense. There it goes. That was phase 4. Now we're in phase 5. He has 2,500 HP, 0 physical defense, pretty high magic evasion and magic defense, and also he is immune against most elements. Notably, Aquaric, you can still hit him with. But then again, even if it was water damage, he's actually not immune to water damage either. But he's also level 20. And he is immune to instant death. But for whatever reason, level 5 Doom just ignores that an enemy is immune to instant death. It kills them anyways. Which, if you ask me, is kinda rude, but it's just what it is. Alrighty, and this is where we're gonna get our Earth Crystal job. This is also normally better with just unequipped Galuf, but he doesn't really have anything unique anyway, so he can just keep what he has, it's fine. What are the remaining job options for job 4? Black, white, red? Black, white, red, Summoner, Dancer, Chemist. Probably something else I'm not thinking about. Do I want level 4 quarter because I missed missile? We could pick it up now. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try and get level 4 quarter, which means we're gonna put learning on Galuf. Since we have a level divisible by 4 right now, getting level 4 quarter is very easy. I'll just need to remember to try and get flamethrower somehow. Where do you get the flamethrower if you miss it here? Because I honestly have no idea. This is not it. These Hydras are pretty fast, so they usually get to whack you before you run away. Also, I probably should heal Galuf thinking about it. I just don't want to spend more time in these menus than necessary because they're so slow, but I use the one that can learn, and we can easily take a Poison Breath. Poison Breath Like Zombie Breath has a huge damage variance on how much damage it can possibly do. So it's a good idea to keep the characters at decently high HP. Since the... What's the thing called? Because I forget. The weird Hydra. It's normally called Hydra. Aquaus. I wonder if they accidentally misplaced the name of this guy with Sildra. You know, I could actually see this happening. Like, this guy might have accidentally been called Hydra. Well, this might have been accidentally called Aquos, which was supposed to be Sildra's name, and then they put Hydra on the other one. That seems like a plausible error that might have occurred. Anyways, he's undead, so... Oh, right, potions are... There goes my high potion. I was supposed to use a regular potion. It's fine. Oh wait, he didn't counter. What, Aqua is his watering name? Yeah. I'm a dingus. Oh, he didn't counterattack because he was paralyzed. I didn't account for that. I need another encounter for level 4 quarter. Yeah, okay, that's I guess my running theory that these Aquos enemies, that was supposed to be Sildra's name. It's a very watery name. Oh. I guess they are reasonably common in here, so let's use a Phoenix Stone this time instead. You can also throw an elixir at him to put him into the weakened status effect and then knock him out. Just make sure you don't use elemental attacks, because it will just absorb most elements, I think. I actually don't know which ones it absorbs. Also, it always guaranteed drops a Phoenix Stone. So, we learned level 4 quarter. Let's give Galuf back his blue magic before I forget about it. And I'm gonna be surprised in Gilgamesh cell, I guess. And move in to grab our Earth Crystal. Is Mime a 750 job class? Can we still get the Mime? I actually don't know if we can get a Mime. So if you upgrade, you cannot go back, right? Yes, that is correct. So once I become a Geomancer, I will no longer be able to become a Time Mage. So I will want to get all the Time Mage abilities I want before we upgrade. But I will unlock and see what our next job is, now that we have actually accessed the Earth Crystal. Kyle is such a badass. What's her name actually in this one? But yes, I agree. Like, just charges in, busts right through the wall, and throws power spells powerful enough to disrupt a rather strong wizard. Oh, she is also called Kryl in this version. Huh. No, Kara is the Super Nintendo fan translation. I think she was called Kuririn in Japanese. So it's kind of peculiar that it chose to continue with this name, but changed up Lena's name in the Game of Advance version. Yeah, I mean, Kryl is a fine name. I personally prefer Kara just because it's easy to pronounce. That's my entire reasoning. You're a fan of Cryo because it feels more fantasy-esque. That's very fair. Oh, that's bad. Good luck, Megas. You don't like common / normal names for characters in fantasy because half the time you know someone with that name and it throws you off a bit, or worse, a mix. You have characters like Murelia and Galuf, and then also Fred. I don't know, I kinda like the name Fred. But fair. I have a much more basic preference as to why I like one name over another, which is just how well can I pronounce it? PSX, please take care of them. King Tycoon sounds like an iPad parent. Ay. Now you're just making me imagine a character called ChatGPT and Alexa or something. Hey Google. Is it legal to name somebody ChatGPT? Do you think the laws on naming children vary a lot by country? Yes, it definitely does. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Meow, 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 meow. And then there are some countries where there's no rules, and some countries have very specific list of approved names. And then there's an in-between thing where the doctors can say, no, that's mean, don't do that. Yeah. You know, if you name your child a little bit something out there, I feel like it's at least a good idea to give them a middle name that they could use instead if they just really don't like the other one. I don't know about you, but I'm one of these people that I just really did not like my name for a long time. Mostly because of a certain association with, let's say a certain holiday of the year. And I just found that embarrassing. It's kind of funny looking back now. Nowadays it's just like, yeah, that's fine. I don't see any problems with it. But I just, well, when you're younger, a kid or a teenager, you might think very different about these things. I went too far north again. It's way further east than it is north to get over here. I always fly way too far north. Thank you. I'm kind of neutral towards it. It's just like, eh, it's fine. You think the middle name is a good place for a cool / weird name? That's actually very fair to put it that way around. Why not just make the middle name the silly one then? Yeah. I suppose maybe in the hope of maybe everybody else, and including your kid, just thinks it's as awesome as you think it is. I don't have particularly strong opinions on the matter, to be fair. The current Canadian football team have 2 players with the surname David, so they have to go by their full names on their shirts to distinguish them. One of them is called Jonathan David and the other one is Promise David. It's always fun when people ask if your name is fake because it's so generic. Huh. What's your name? John Smith. I think around here, like something like Stefan Müller would be an extremely common name too, I would imagine. Oh, right, I should roll the last job class. Hold up, let me do that real quick. What is our last job class going to be? Mirror, mirror on the wall. What do we unlock for the old job? That did not rhyme at all. Oh, I need to sign in again. I've been too slow. Alright, unlock Earth job. Huh. Alright, that is very interesting. That is very interesting. That is fascinating even. Does that mean I can Goblin Punch the world? Wait, we can manipulate the levels. Actually, I think chemist levels are distinct from regular levels, are they? How do chemist levels interact with Dark Shock? Do they interact at all, or is it an entirely different thing? Anyways, our final job class is in fact Chemist. That is very interesting. Chemist is arguably the only class in this job set that we could have picked at this point that is more powerful than pure Blue Mage. Arguably, I mean, debatable. Time to farm some turtle shells. Oh, I don't wanna. But you're right. I suppose I should farm turtle shells. I definitely would need to have a decent amount of it. What level are grass turtles? Can we level 5 grass turtles? Ha! Yes, actually, we can! That was just a random wild guess. What about the other turtles? They're level... Land turtles, they're level 34. Oh. That's much less level 5 doomable. We don't really have a good way to take care of those. No. Rocks are friends, not food, Rabbit. Come on, buddy. Alrighty. Next up, the next enemy we face here is a chimera. It loves to throw all sorts of very powerful group attacks at us. We survive if all goes well 2 of these spells, and afterwards our entire party's dead. However, this thing is not flagged as heavy in the code, which means Deathclaw works, Demi works, adds 3300 HP. But I suppose Deathclaw doesn't care how much HP you have if it works, my goodness. Anyways, I don't remember what level it is. Doomclaw. It's a Kima brain. You're unsure which code it is? Code 51. Oh, there's a cooldown? I didn't know there was a cooldown for that one. Anyways, Demi would work. Slow works on it, haste works on it, so it's fine. I think you can exclamation mark quote friends or food. I don't know if it accepts spaces, to be fair, but you can search for words for what it's worth. Oh, it's already that late. I guess I did start the stream pretty late, so I probably should go to bed sometime soon. $50. Well, if you're code 51, you were pretty close. Alrighty. Titan. I don't remember what works against Titan. We can haste ourselves. I don't know if you can slow Titan. Titan notably is level 1 for whatever reason, which means if you try to land spells that have a chance to hit on him, it is pretty reliable to hit them on them. And I think that's all there is to that in terms of information. He can be slowed, so we're gonna take advantage of that. You can even paralyze him, but unless you're a summoner, you can't cast a spell that paralyzes. You can, however, use whips in the Game Advance version to paralyze, because that should work, I think. But aside from that, I think Remora is the only spell that directly paralyzes enemies, until the late game where you have a blue magic spell called Mind Shock that deals damage and paralyzes. The nice thing about that one is that it guarantees paralyzes. Anyways, order of operations. We're going to haste everybody. Because once again, haste is, without a doubt, the strongest spell in the entire game. In terms of buffs. Because now we go literally twice as fast. And slow, notably, is the strongest debuff in the game. and since Titan is susceptible to that, we can knock him out, or knock him down quite a lot. So now, he's slowed. We don't really have anything else we can do to him that is quite interesting or funny, so I guess we just need to start dealing damage. This is where I would absolutely equip the Flame Rod and use the fire attack, but I'm a dingus and I didn't learn it. I don't know where to get it now. So I guess our next best option is technically Aqua Rake, but it's way too expensive for my taste. So Arrow 2. Samurai has a mini Uchi. You don't think that ability has guaranteed paralyze on it? Your chest might be random size. Yeah, right. Actually, that's a very good point. I forgot about that because it doesn't work in the Super Nintendo version. I don't know if it works in Game Boy Advance and other versions. No idea. Alright, that is spell number 2 and number 3 on him. So Titan has 2500 HP, so after, I think, 3 more spell cast, he might be defeated already, depending on our damage rolls. So what we want to do here is we want to cast the stop spell on him, because that way he can no longer take any actions, including counterattacks. Did I not buy the stop spell? Oh my god. Jaga, please! I am supposed to have the stop spell here. So I can stop him from counterattacking and murdering us with Earthquake. Or whatever it's called in this version. Anyways, we're probably gonna die here. Earthshaker. Ah! Only Lennart took a nap. We're fine. He always casts Earthshaker when he dies. You can prevent that by paralyzing him, you can prevent it by floating. The only way to float is either confuse a Galacat and give it the ether so it randomly casts float on you, or you control a Galacat, or there's probably some other creature that also gives you float. Maybe Cockatrice gives you float too, if you control it. Mute doesn't work? No. Earthshaker is like a monster ability that I think you cannot silence? I have to admit, I never considered or tried that either, so maybe you can mute it. Who knows? Ah, you found it. Miniatures has a 50% chance to proc on Matrix and Pixel versions. Matrix? The old Steam version? Is that what it's officially called? That's neat. I actually tend to forget about that samurai ability because it just again doesn't work in Super Nintendo. They might have actually fixed it for this PlayStation version because they did do a bunch of bug fixes. Alrighty, and last but certainly not least of the meteor mini-bosses, as I like to call them, we run into the Purobolas. Or bombs. I guess I don't know what they're called here. Purobolas have 1500 HP each. When you knock them out, they will revive all of their fallen allies with full HP with life 2. However, they all only have 100 MP, so they can do that the maximum of two times. Also, the first 2 turns, these guys just do nothing. So what we're gonna do is we're going to just Aqua Break all of them. They are called Biurobolos. I suppose that's about as good as a name as Purobolas as well. Anyways, they can't revive each other if they all die at the same time. That is one way of dealing with them. Alternatively, they are susceptible to all sorts of status effects, including sleep. They also can't revive each other if you kill them through a counterattack, or if they explode on you, then they just deal damage equivalent to their remaining HP. And what else? You can put them to sleep, you can knock them out through poison, and you can control them and explode them on themselves so they don't revive their allies. There's so many ways to deal with these guys, depending on the party. But sometimes your best bet is to just knock them down one by one to low HP and let them explode on you, so you don't actually revive each other. Alright, and this is basically World 1 complete. Let me go and buy the stop spell before I forget about it. Because while we eventually get stop Ga, multi-target stop spell, single target stop spell actually has better accuracy, so I definitely want to get that one. Also, now that we know that Chemist is going to be a last character, we can equip staves, but we cannot equip rods. Let me just check. I think I bought everything else. I just happened to not buy stock for some reason. And I think that's it from me for today, everybody. We have gotten quite a decent chunk into this version. But I need a break. This is slow. I did this to myself. Can't blame anybody else, you know. But I'm gonna take a break. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. So everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking, whether you watch this now or later. I hope you have an excellent time and a good night. Take good care of yourselves and bye-bye.